There we are. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a minute, been a little while since we had a chance to actually do stream here at my desk. So it's nice to be back. And before everybody freaks out and riots, yes, I am wearing glasses. Um, it's been a very long time since I wore glasses. I'm just trying to get back into the zone. It's like being in a fishbowl, but I've always been farsighted. Basically, I can read when I'm driving, all that stuff, not a problem. I see everything incredibly clearly without them. However, this is for up close. This is for when I'm like reading the label on these fruit snacks when it's like right in front of my face. Suddenly it's clear. That is not the case when I take them off. So it's little stuff like that. Just it makes a difference. But anyway, you won't have to see me like this all the time. In fact, I probably won't be wearing them most of the time. But if I'm going to be doing something that's kind of more text intensive and all that, yeah, you may find me wearing these. So go figure. The guys and I all wear glasses to some extent now. It's just been over a decade since I wore these. Actually, you know what? Even longer than that. I think it's been like 15 years since I wore glasses, like with any regularity. So this is definitely something that it's going to take a little bit of getting used to. But anyway, yeah, that's me. So coming back to you guys from a long walk. I've been doing a lot more stuff to get back in shape and trying to, get those walks in, get a few miles in every day. So even though I'm not like doing any crazy distance running or anything, thank you, Ryan Rigdon. Even though I'm not doing like any crazy distance running or anything like that, just doing the walks, taking like reasonable supplements, nothing crazy, just like fish oils and stuff. And eating in a manner that's more befitting someone of my size. It's definitely helping. I think I've lost 20 pounds in the last 2 months, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, is it a ton? To somebody maybe, but in my case, it's mostly just out of a health concern and stuff. So, yeah, I reached a point where I was just like, yeah, no, I don't enjoy this, and I'm tired of being big, so I want to dial it back. Yeah, I'm still large. There's no change in that right now, but the path I'm on, everything going, I think it's helping. So that's been the major goal. And yeah, this is also since we don't really have the normal podcast at my day job this week. This is my way of kind of opening it up to you guys so you can ask questions and stuff. If you wanted to know stuff about SEMA, ask me. I'll give you the best answer I can. But it was quite a trip, and we did it differently this year. It was definitely a different experience than past years in some ways, but in other ways it was very familiar. It was about what I remember, so I was happy to see that in some ways, and more amused to see how it was in others. But anyway, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm just getting the comments now. I'm just catching up with you guys, but hopefully the delay is not too much. You guys will be able to. Yeah. So Ricky, still sore from all the walk, dude. For real, that's a lot of walking. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up on my phone here just before I get into any of the videos or anything like that. Let me look at the data here as far as how much walking was done because it was a lot. It was a whole hell of a lot. Um, so we'll go back and check out. Yeah. Let's go back here. So these are not looking right. What's this? Okay, that's more like it. Okay, it's just taking a minute to update. It was a little slow here. No main channel. Oh crap! No. Not no main channel. I'm just saying no main podcast in the traditional timing. This week we'll be doing the Q&A on Thursday, doing that kind of stuff. So you don't have to worry about that. Um, Ricky, missed you guys by about a minute when you filmed North Hall, a little over 22 miles for me in total 3 days. Yeah, man. I was looking at this, like October 30th, I did like just under 11,000 steps. But then immediately on the 31st, that was when we actually got to SEMA. That's on our first day when we are kind of doing setup and everything. I walked 22,000 steps that day, give or take a few. Then on November 1st, I walked 19,000 steps. Then on November 2nd, that was basically Tuesday was the 19,000. That was the first day of the show, so I spent a little more time in the actual booth, but I was still doing some stuff, planning things out. And what I ended up doing were some live streams. I basically decided on the fly that, hey, I'll do a live stream each day. I'll try and make it a different haul. So you'll be able to see us do a different haul, and my host will be Anthony. Unless something happens, he's preoccupied, and then I'll grab one of the other guys. But all in all, it'll be a situation where I can make it that work. But yeah, no, the first real day of the show, I did about 19,000 steps. Then on the second day of the show, I managed 23,000 steps, which tells me, yeah, we were making progress there. That was definitely not nothing. That was a lot of work. Followed up by 18,000 the next day, 18,000 the following day, and then interestingly on Saturday, we got home at 2 a.m. Like the flight didn't land until 2 a.m. It was ridiculous. Kept getting pushed back hour by hour until we ended up, yeah, 2 a.m. is when we finally arrived back in Boise, and I did a total of 3,300 steps that day because I was just fried. I didn't want to do anything, but you know what? I picked it right back up. And the very next day, I was walking 8,000 steps. So, picking it back up again. It's still nothing compared to my SEMA walking, but it certainly counts. And the other reason I didn't do this on Saturday or Sunday, this being the recap stream, was mostly because I had essentially lost my voice. I had nothing left in the tank. I needed to take at least a day or two to myself to just buy groceries, catch up on, regular human stuff because it had been such a taxing time. But anyway, yeah, so Tonzors, I am wearing glasses. I mentioned at the very beginning, these are reading glasses, so they help me when I'm spending a lot of time in front of a screen or something. It's a new addition. I haven't worn glasses for about 15 years. I've always needed them, technically, but I'm farsighted, so I can see while I'm driving without glasses, all that stuff. Everything is totally crystal clear when I have them off. I'm fine. But it's kind of a fish bubble effect when I put these on. It's really just a matter of being able to read stuff up close to my face. So that's kind of the goal there. And yeah, before somebody asks, this is a frisbee golf shirt that I was just given. I think it was through one of John's things, and it has like Freemason stuff on it. So yeah, there's the all-seeing eye hidden in there, I'm sure, somewhere. But anyway, it was just a thing that was local that got sponsored. I wouldn't say read too far into it, but Illuminati confirmed and all that. Anyway, flights were nuts. My flight kept getting delayed as well Friday night. Ended up at Puerto Rico at 3 p.m. Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That is, that's pretty bad. That's really bad. So what I was thinking of doing today, and honestly, I kind of made my own job a little easier by doing these live streams where we walk through the halls and stuff. But it's funny. We were trying to give people an idea, right, of what it was to experience, walking the halls, seeing this stuff. If you've never seen it before, give you a chance to feel like you're there. And to some people, they were upset. I could see in the comments where they're just like, you didn't focus on any of the products. You didn't talk about that. What a waste of a stream. It's like, well, perhaps if your perceived way of going through a stream is the goal is to catch new products and that kind of stuff, sure, that's one reason you could be streaming. Or the other stream reason is we want to give people a sense of what it's like actually to be there, the overwhelming nature of like people left and right, stands all over, some are a mess, some are actually pretty cool, just the variety of it all. And I think we did a good job of capturing that, especially when Anthony and I got lost looking for that damn Toyo Tires tread pass. That took some work. That was an especially frustrating experience, but I knew deep down that some of the viewers would absolutely love that because honestly, that's one of the most relatable experiences you can have in any stream whatsoever when you're at SEMA. It's just that chance to actually see how it plays out in real time. The frustration, trying not to let it all show through in the stream, but getting pretty close there at times, especially when you're already so damn tired from walking. It's crazy. It happened to you too? Damn Toyo Tread Pass. For real. Tonestars, you can't just walk around and then impromptu interview people or get tool demo. You need to set that stuff up ahead of time. Tonezors, totally agree on that front. However, even if you do set stuff up ahead of time or you try and like get an arrangement, some of the tool demos, they're just doing them regularly and you can walk up and catch it. But other times, yeah, if you want to do an interview or you want to talk to somebody specific, you really do have to come up with a way to set that up in advance, because if you just show up and be like, yo, this is the booth where XYZ famous person is supposed to be, why aren't they here? Even if they have a time frame that they said they'd be there, there's no guarantee that they're not like held up in a hall where they were trying to walk to that place and they kept getting stopped by people who were talking to them. I mean, that happened to Freddie multiple times. He's in our booth. Freddie, who you might know better as Tavarish on YouTube. Actually, we're good friends with him now. I'm really happy to say he's a great dude and amusing, to say the least. But yeah, no, he would get stopped pretty regularly, especially by the SEMA crowd, because hey, he likes building cars, and that's a lot of what SEMA's about. So it attracts that element, and he's very recognizable looking dude. You can't confuse him with too many other people. So it stands to reason he's going to get stopped a lot. But same goes for like Chris Fix. He was in our booth a lot. He had the helmet on, so you could kind of see where he would get stopped up. But anyway, I'll go ahead and just pull up some of these videos and we kind of walk through it. But excuse me. Hopefully that's a good little bit of a preface to all this. But yeah, to Tony's point there, Tonezors, he's right. You got to set this stuff up way in advance. And if you're doing something on the fly or impromptu, you're not necessarily going to get what you expect or what you want, but you're certainly going to get something interesting. And I realize I'm wired different than other people in that sense, where I'm willing to accept things not going the way that I expected. And I'm kind of happy when they don't go the way I expected sometimes, because you know what? That can be exciting. That maybe somebody threw you for a loop, and that's okay. You enjoy that because that's part of what doing the show like this is about. If everything were predictable, you wouldn't get half the stuff that comes out being halfway interesting. But it's the unpredictable nature of the crowds, the locations of the people, the stuff that shows up. It just all, makes it that much more interesting. Tony, I only caught the tail end of what you were saying about the complaints about the live stream, so I'm assuming people were mad they weren't getting something more meaningful. Yeah, no, Tony, what I was basically saying in a nutshell was I saw complaints, especially on that first day, because that first stream I did really caught on. It got about 10,000 views. I mean, by our stream standards, that's a lot. But it reached a lot of people who I think have zero familiarity with TRC, my day job. So they were watching going, I thought you guys were going to watch detailing stuff. Like, there's hardly any detailing products in this video. And I'll show you this video. We'll go over it. I'll kind of skip through bits and pieces, but we don't stop in the Car Pro booth. Number one, because there was no Car Pro booth. Car Pro wasn't there. So for all the millions of commenters I seem to see go look at Car Pro, go look at Car Pro, they weren't there. They just straight up were not there. They were not present as far as I could tell. And when I asked other people, they also said the same thing. They didn't think they were there. There were other companies present. Tons of companies were present, but yeah, not one of those. So yeah, Ricky, you saw those too. It cracked me up. Perhaps I will just kind of draw conclusions about the kind of people who get super excited about CarPro. I'll make some assumptions in my own mind, but compared to some other brands, I feel like it attracts a certain element of people who are challenging to talk to sometimes. That's my most charitable way of putting it, is it seems to attract a annoying kind of person. Yeah, I'll say it. I'll just say it. They're annoying. So anyway, there's that. That's my hot take. I could think much worse things, but I have no problem with the products per se, but it just sometimes certain brands just bring out a certain type of person who's really frustrating. Okay, yes, all those comments. Do you have any info on when the IK battery compressor will be available? Ethan, that's a good question. And unfortunately, I have talked with the IK guys. I know the minis are pushed back a little bit, but they should be available. I don't have an exact date, so I can't really say. But the battery one, kind of same deal. This is the hard part, is I don't have specific info on these. With IK, it's always tough to lock them down. Jamie, my hot take was that the people who are especially, in the CarPro camp of products, like they're obsessed with CarPro and those types of products. Like the products themselves, I have no issue with, but it just seems like it attracts an annoying kind of person. One of those people who, as a company, you're watching in the comments and they go, there's somebody whose favorite brand is probably CarPro. I feel like I could just spot him in a crowd. Ricky, to put in perspective, Las Vegas Convention Center is 2.5 million square feet of exhibition floor space. They used all of it. No way to go into full detail in less than 4 hours of live stream. Absolutely true. 2.5 million square feet. I gave those IK guys a run for their money. I hope you did, Tony, because they're wonderfully nice people. But at the same time, like we've been pushing them, for example, about those lids people have asked for years. And every time we say it, there's always some pushback. Not necessarily from the faces you've seen in association with us. We've always been, cordial and everything, and we understand that there's difficulties and whatever in making stuff. That hasn't seemed to stop people from 3D printing them at home, though, from what I could tell. Yeah, so there's definitely elements of that. However, I have definitely, put the word out there. It seems like they respond better when it comes from like a total stranger who's like, oh yeah, lids for the IKs would be super sweet. And then they go, oh wow, a person who's not TRC said it. But it seems when it comes from us, it is a bit of a challenge to just reinforce how much that people would actually want that. Now, I just got the heads up that dinner is ready upstairs. So I'm going to go ahead and start day one tour again. You guys will watch as Anthony and Freddie, aka Tavarish, introduce this stuff. And when I got my food, I'll come down here and we'll watch it together. And then as we go along, I'll be pausing. I'll be pointing out moments where, oh, behind the camera, this was happening or that was happening. But this kind of makes it easier for me to facilitate, explaining everything that went on. So I'll go ahead and get that started. Hot Pockets are ready. It's not a Hot Pocket, although I guess it is kind of close today. So enjoy. I'll BRB. Hold on. It would be really helpful if I actually unmuted that. That's what I've heard. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Here we go.
We're here with All Day Anthony, famous YouTuber and Honda Civic lover extraordinaire.
If the quality looks low, hey, it's a live stream on a
when
phone.
are we starting this? Oh my God!
There we go.
Hey guys, Anthony with the Rad Company here, joined by Freddie himself. You have your own mic, so I don't have to mic
be
you.
right back.
I mean, you could if you wanted to.
I could, but we were here on day one of SEMA, which is actually off to a fantastic start. Last year was a little bit slow, I heard. This year it's starting to pop a little bit more. We have the Supra in the booth, which is a last-minute addition, but a worthwhile addition.
I think so, yeah. So this is a 1994 Toyota Supra Mark IV hardtop right-hand drive, and it used to be a non-turbo 5-speed. Now it is a turbo 6-speed, makes 682 wheel horsepower. It has an RSP paint job, has a custom interior, custom wheels, custom suspension, brakes, and everything else. And it drives really nicely, and it looks really good, doesn't it?
It does. It's crazy. He has to say that every single time when people ask him, what is this car?
Yeah.
Let me start from the top and work my way down.
Let me tell you a story about my car. Ask me about the keys that I'm holding.
Ask me about my Supra. But it is, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's amazing in person, and the paint looks amazing. The interior is probably the thing that stands out the most from a distance, but that on top of the wheels, and on top of that beautiful 90s Japanese smell coming from the interior, right?
Yeah.
You just can't beat it, right?
You can't. If it was a Volkswagen product, it would just smell like crayons, right?
It does smell like crayons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it has that beautiful smell to it. It sounds amazing as well, and we're really excited to see it. So a lot of people are stopping by, taking photos, and they're like, "This isn't a Ferrari," and then we've explained the Ferrari situation. They go, well, this makes this way more exciting. Then I said, absolutely.
Yes,
so we're going to have Freddie stand in front and just say, here's the story, and here's the story to everybody wanting to know.
I basically have to apologize to a bunch of people that come here, and they go like, "What? I paid money, where is Ferrari?"
Yes.
Every day
Manual Ferrari.
Every day, Ferrari goes to work and tries to do a good job. One day, Ferrari was a little late, and someone wrote on Ferrari's house.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going. But you know what? People are still just as excited to see the Supra, and it's been really busy. So as far as this year, it's crazy big.
Yeah.
It's big.
They should have 200,000 people in attendance this year.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane, and the good news is that there's plenty of bathrooms, there's plenty of food, there's an amazing food court, and
No, the cars don't matter. It's the bathroom situation.
No,
really, that's it.
is literally the most important part of any convention. I tell you,
Yes.
people, right? You all laugh at me until you have to run out to the porta potties. But
What's your bathroom game like?
yeah, but there is so many booths. There's a ton of cars. Honestly, the Central Hall, like it's it's car wise. I mean, there's some pretty wild stuff over there. Here in the auto restyling and refinishing, I would say it's pretty good, right? What's your favorite thing inside here you saw so far?
So I haven't actually taken a look around anything.
Oh.
But I know that there's some OEMs. There's Nissan.
Yeah.
We have Toyota out front, and like, dude, I'm looking forward to actually watching, like, looking around the show, because last year I didn't get a chance to do that.
Yeah.
But
That'll be me this year. I'll probably be stuck here.
I'm gonna take a bunch of pictures and I'm gonna show. Yeah.
Chained to the booth.
Oh no, poor
I
baby.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
I gotta make money somehow.
I'm sorry this is happening to you.
Chain them to a Dunkin' Donuts.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, no, so it'll be a good year. I'm really excited. But we have Coach coming behind us, which is awesome. We have PNS back down that way. We've got, oh my gosh, we got G Technic over there with the Zenvo, which is pretty sweet.
That Zenvo is so cool.
I'm gonna try to talk him into let me go take that for a quick rip right after the show ends, right, and to say, hey, just a minute, just to see how it feels.
Yeah.
And just go from there.
You have to give it the All Day Anthony a seal of approval, right?
Yeah, yes, correct. Okay, so this isn't a Honda. This
isn't as good as my Civic.
Yeah, this isn't as good as the Civic,
Yeah.
but you know, it's fine.
My Civic is cleaner than this. Yeah.
Correct. But we're gonna be doing that, and overall, man, it's just this building is massive. I can't even imagine what it looks like without everything in here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No hot pockets, no microwave. This was oven. These were like, I don't know, somehow these were like super low carb, chicken wrapped in bacon, some other stuff. So should be kind of awesome. But don't mind me while I eat. I'm just trying to, kill two birds, one stone here. And I wanted to make sure I was still on point. But before I get started on that, it's got to cool down anyway. So basically the setup here, we had our booth over in the West Hall. So that is the new hall at SEMA. It's great, big, massive, huge thing. If you've never been, there are probably very few buildings you will ever be in your life where they're this large. I mean, just straight up for an open space with no like vertical columns or anything. It's amazing how huge this damn thing is. Truly impressive. So anyway, ignore the barking dog back there. That is not Callie. That is actually my parents' dog who's staying with us for a little bit. He can smell food and he knows he wants that bacon and chicken. That's just the way it is. But yeah, as far as the setup goes, we did something different. And by different, I mean we used to go down to Las Vegas as a company road trip style. We'd tow a trailer using our Suburban or Escalade, whatever big GM truck we had at the time. And tow a big trailer down full of our booth and all kinds of stuff, including a bunch of like metal trussing. We would assemble it on the spot, build the whole thing up, and just hope that we met all the guidelines and nobody gave us guff for putting it together. Because if you know anything about SEMA, it can be a pain just trying to plug anything into a surge protector strip. And if you don't know what I'm talking about by that, well, you're lucky because, well, it's a pain. The rules, I mean. But anyway, driving it down there, that was our whole thing. It was like road trip style. Everybody's hanging out on the road. It was kind of fatiguing in its own way, but it wasn't quite the same as like the usual, kind of trip. I mean, it was a company trip, but at the same time, it still felt like you were kind of hanging out with friends. So I really love that aspect of it. And that is something that I'll miss. But you have enough content from your own streams to watch and comment on one a day for the next 4 days. It's true. It's true. However, I'm going to do my best to actually try and get through all 4 of them today, which, believe it or not, might be possible since I don't have somebody sitting by my side here helping me eat up all the time without actually watching anything. But I am paused right now because I'm just explaining the beginning of all this stuff. So the way we used to do it, starting in about 2016, 2017, that was when we kind of started going down to SEMA as a company, and they kind of scouted it out beforehand the previous year. But that was our move. That was the way it went. Alkaline Tophet, I feel attacked. Just don't skip the last 10 minutes of this one. Yeah, no, for real. Tony, Dan, you're both equally guilty. I hear you about conventions. NADA is ridiculous too. Now, I'm not as familiar with NADA, so you'll have to tell me how NADA is. But that if that's a NADA, is that like the NADA guide NADA, like the people who help do the blue book style values of vehicles, or am I thinking completely different NADA? Um, anyway, talking about SEMA here. So in the case of SEMA, the way we'd always do it as a company is yes, drive down, carry all our stuff, drop it off in the performance pavilion, which used to be this great big tent they had put out on the far side of the loading building. It was kind of crazy in its own way, but it was kind of its own thing. And when you're in the performance pavilion, it's because you were starting out as a company. You hadn't really gone through the ropes of SEMA yet, so you didn't really have the cachet or the cojones to actually make your way into the big building. So that was kind of its own thing. But we weren't quite there yet. Now, of course, over the years, that's improved a lot. And if you're not familiar with SEMA, they have minders like on the floor who actually watch your every move. So, like in each hall, there are like a manager for the whole hall, but then there's also like individuals who walk around with these clipboards and stuff, and they'll take notes about like what people in the booths are doing. So they actually, yeah, National Automotive Dealers Association, thank you. Um, these minders in the halls will actually go around, take notes. Like if all the people in a booth are like distracted and ignoring potential customers and just playing on their phones or like hiding in the back or whatever, they take notes about that and they actually notice like if you're not engaged with your potential audience, that shows that you're not showing initiative at the show. And that can count as kind of a mark against you. They have like this point system. I still don't have it all figured out, but basically, you want to look like you're on your A game at all times. It's kind of like you have to be the annoying guy at the car dealership who's always ready there. The second someone rolls onto the lot, you're like in their face, like, hey, how can I help you? You don't want to be that annoying, but you got to find like a balance. You just want to look engaged. That's the big important part of it. So, rule number one, if you're going to SEMA and you're running a booth, look engaged. Even if you're not like actively doing something, just look like you're ready to help, ready to answer questions, or actively, staging things and just dressing up the booth so that it looks nice, or just the general kind of way of looking like you're not just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. That's basically it. Which when it comes down to it, I'm good at that stuff. I can definitely manage like a setting up all the little lens cloths when people come by, take a freebie, lanyards, cards, whatever. That kind of stuff is definitely something I like doing, where I like kind of dressing it up and doing different styles of eye-catching designs of laying it out. It's a nice little way to pass the time while people come around. Fortunately, in our case, as TRC, we've always had good luck getting people to come through our booth thanks to social media outreach, all that stuff. A lot of people just want to come through and check it out. And I think it stood really well in contrast to some of our neighbors who had these great, big, enormous, ultra expensive booths, tons of them out there that spent, frankly, a lot more than we did on our booth, even though our booth is by no means cheap either. You just see these monstrosities that these other companies will build, and you think, are they getting that back, or are they just doing that so they look more important? I mean, what's the purpose behind it? I mean, there's a lot of little booths where you see a little, 5 by 10 or something tiny like that, and you think, oh, people just walk by those booths, they don't take them seriously. Okay, sure. There's definitely those instances where a booth is like barely big enough to hold a person, let alone a car. But at the same time, there's almost diminishing returns after a certain point, depending on the kind of company you are and the kind of space you're working in. So I do think it's important to bear that all in mind before you just go dumping a bunch of money on SEMA. You want to be strategic about it. So what I would say is, compared to some of our competitors that were around us there at our SEMA booth, we had very, very good traffic. I would say massive by the standards of the show, because I felt like it was still down on, attendees, maybe compared to like 2018 or 2019. However, it did still feel like a really good number of people coming through, because, yeah, it's always something you're concerned about after, the big C, 2020, everything got just completely wiped off the map and everybody kind of had to start again. It was definitely a challenge there to kind of get it back to an area where people would want to attend again. And last year, that was the first year that like SEMA was back to a physical presentation. You could do booths, and apparently it was just kind of like hodgepodge and weird, and there were gaps and stuff. We still sent a crew down there, but it was like a skeleton crew. Levi went, but not all of our normal, like, everybody goes down to SEMA crew went. So it was definitely a little bit lighter, although that was the year that we had Freddie, aka Tavarish's McLaren 675 LT that he built back up from basically the grave. So that was cool in its own way last year, but wasn't present for that necessarily. So in this case, this year, we were going to have Freddie's Ferrari, which it was a 430 Scuderia, and it was going to be manual swapped from the F1 transmission turned over into a manual swap. And there's like one guy who knows how to do that and has the right parts and stuff for it. And yeah, he was apparently the guy, but they just couldn't get it done in time. So Freddie had to think quick, and they subbed in a different vehicle at the last minute. Fortunately for us, it was one that never fails to get eyeballs. It's subtle in its own way, but people love a Mark IV Supra. So that's what we had in our booth. Is we had Freddie's Fezza. That's right. We had a Mark IV right-hand drive Toyota Supra that started life as a 5-speed naturally aspirated Supra, and after he got his hands on it, they did some modifications, became a turbo Supra, got a 6-speed, and as far as I recall, he said it had somewhere around 680 wheel horsepower. So it's no slouch. It's not like 1,000 horsepower absolute insano, Supra like some people like to build. But for what I could see, it was a very, very like compliant, friendly on the road kind of Supra. You could definitely lay into it if you wanted to, but at the same time, it was cool in its own way. And it was that amazing sapphire blue color you'll see here probably in the stream if I turn around at some point. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a sense of scale, scope, what we're doing, and now back to the show.
I mean, I bet you could.
Drag races.
If you
Drag
started
races.
from that end,
Yeah.
if this was empty, right? Started from over there and then went as fast as humanly possible to that end, and had a braking zone in your Honda Civic, how fast do you think you could go?
30 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
I mean, we are.
Yeah.
That's cooking.
Yeah, that's
cooking with gas.
It is cooking, man. Those
the brakes melt.
Rear drums get a little too hot. You know
That's-
what I'm saying?
oh, okay,
Under high
yeah.
performance applications.
Of course.
But you know what I was going to say Card Trek might have the budget to be able to rent this place out, do some testing.
That is absolutely not the case. Our budget. You guys spent more on this than our budget.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Card Trek, the thing is though, it looks amazing. It looks like a full production, and that's all that matters, right?
I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Yeah, it looks amazing, and I feel like I'm truly watching a very well produced show. I'm surprised that not everybody's coming up to you and say, hey, we want you on the big screen, want you on the big TV.
So on the big TV.
Yeah,
not
well,
the small one.
The small
Yeah.
one. We want to get you.
Everybody watches Car Trek on 13-inch CRTs, and we're trying to change that.
Yeah.
We're trying to make the leap to digital.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it hasn't caught on just yet.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I know, but it's been amazing. How many series have you guys done so far?
We just did the 9th and 10th ones.
Holy
so
crap.
they're coming out in November and December.
Yeah.
So that should be a lot of fun. But actually, the 9th one is going to
They've
have the
got so
McLaren
many
in
of those.
Oh,
which
is
we
it?
had last year.
Yeah. You didn't do anything bad to it, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh no.
But I mean, involuntarily. There's something that happens in the first episode that made me very. It shook me up a little bit. But the car's okay. The car's fine.
Oh.
The car's good. It's beautiful and it drives beautifully. I'm just not as good of a driver as I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Which is always the case when you go on track.
Yeah. That's definitely the story of Dane's life, right, Dane? Oh yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna go cruise around. We're just gonna go walk around just a little bit, Freddie. I'm gonna grab that microphone from you. I'm gonna free you of the chains here.
Oh, thank
and
you.
it
Oh
is,
my God, I feel so much lighter.
I know. You lost some weight. I'm gonna clip that back onto Dane.
we're gonna put that
and
on there.
we're simply just gonna walk down this main strip here, go check some things out, and then give people an idea on how big this hall looks. So
All right, we'll do it.
All right, Freddie,
Thanks,
it's good
Freddie.
talking to you. We'll see you here in a little bit. All right. Oh, hey, Levi.
We're live on YouTube. Hey,
Live on YouTube, just going around. Saying
I gotta say hi to John. John
Yeah.
Hull, welcome, sir.
UK
Yes.
distributor, who you may
got it.
We're running around
recognize.
doing a live stream.
Great guy.
Oh, we got Ram here.
Ram, who you may also recognize.
Very well. Live on YouTube, just chilling, hanging out,
Yeah.
and welcome back to the US of A, right? Where the beer is okay, the lighting's great, and
There's so much space.
and there's so much space, right? And it's the home of the Dodge Ram, right? here in America. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I know. Me and you in the Dodge booth later, right? It's gonna be a blast.
See you around.
So,
I gotta give you a hug, man. Give you a bump
Oh.
and a hug. There you go.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Hugs all around.
See you around.
Sorry. And
See, this is what happens when we live stream, and suddenly everybody wants to say hi.
yeah.
So
We have a pretty sweet rap
Yeah.
demonstration happening right in front of us.
EQS.
And this, so I guess the biggest difference here, I guess for myself, right? Because I wasn't here last year.
We're walking past it, but one of Anthony's very favorite booths is the one to my right as we're walking here, the Jada Toys booth. CJ, don't you think part of the reason that your booth gets the visits is the overall friendly vibes coming from the entire TRC crew? The entire crew seems to be friends and genuinely enjoy each other's companies. At least it seems that way to me. No, CJ, and I promise I'm not blowing smoke. You're absolutely right. That is certainly a reason that people choose to stick around. Sorry, I got a big air pocket. That is a big reason people choose to stick around after they've been initially introduced. However, the reason I say that about our booth in the first place was people who have never, interacted with us before were finding their way over, and just by virtue of seeing other people there, more people wanted to come and check out, hey, what's going on over here? Even if they didn't necessarily have a priority to go check out towels, they found their way over anyway. And it was funny, just by virtue of having like a famous detailer that we happen to like being around, then other, celebrities, micro celebrities, whatever you want to call them, would also come by and show up. And next thing you know, people who recognize them are showing up looking, going, I don't remember that being on are they supposed to be in this booth? Like it mattered, it's just, no, what we often have is, whether it is, frankly, Matt from Obsessed Garage, or it's Pan, the organizer, or even Larry Casilla came and hung out in our booth for probably close to an hour, during his time there, among other people too. We had that dude in blue, David Patterson, who, buddies with Anthony going back, but also just a really cool guy. And of course, then Freddie, and had Ed Bullion come by, a number of people. I didn't see Tyler Hoover, in case anybody's wondering, but no. Tons of great people coming through, and people you'd recognize, but I think they just feel comfortable in our booth because they know we're not going to make it weird. Even Adam from Adams was like coming by too and hanging out. It was fun to see. But really good mix. Chris Fix. Most of these guys, Shmee came over. Robbie Layton also, even though we did do some work on his truck over in the Prismatic Powders booth. You'll see that later on a different day here. But like lots of people coming through. So it's just really cool to see. Anyway, I'll keep it going. But yeah, no, I think a big part of it is people feel comfortable long term. Bring your massage chair to the next SEMA. That would certainly increase the amount of time people spent in the booth. I wouldn't doubt that.
Right.
And
It would suck to carry, though. It'd be absolutely
West
terrible
Hall
to haul
is
that
all
thing
new to
around.
us.
Yeah, so this is, the facility is like jaw-dropping. How big it is, but it's cool because they split up that central hall, right, to where they've spaced everything out, right, to get everybody under that auto styling and refinishing under one roof,
Look what they
which
did to
is
this i3, for example. You won't see that on the road.
well, they just strapped a couple bikes to it, Dane. It's not that big of a deal.
There's so much going on.
Yeah,
there.
there's just a few bikes on there,
Oh,
and
A
wait,
little
wait, what's
BMW
behind
i3,
that,
and they
though?
put like four friggin' bikes
Oh,
on it.
Dane, I know.
Okay,
I
that,
know.
that was
I
what I
know
was losing
you
my
love
mind
it, and
over.
it's the right
That thing was hot,
proportions, and
dude.
it's the right
I
everything.
love that Sport
and
Quattro.
it's probably the real
Or
deal.
Sport Quattro. Yes.
I know.
That thing was sick.
That is all. I just
don't-
really wanted to look at it. And the white
Our
wheels look
triple eights
amazing
and
on that.
everything. So when I'm racing around in the racing simulator, when I get home, right, that'll be the car I'll be in. It'll just kind of remember my time
That's
here.
right.
Think about me being at SEMA. So Rupe's booth is obviously overwhelming as usual.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look. We got
Hi, Dane.
Optum over here to the left. But take a look here, Dane. Flip around. It's
There we
massive.
go.
It's like a whole city inside here.
Their
There's a
booth is always big.
grocery
This
store,
is
bathroom. There's everything that you could want
grocery store.
inside here. And microfiber over the previous the hybrid wool because here on oh my I'm all backwards
It's
right
out
now.
already, Anthony.
Yeah, where is it at? It's around. It's out already. Okay, here we go. So at theradcompany.com, you can go over and you can pick yourself up this machine over here. I'm having a hard time finding
That's what
it.
you want to see.
Yeah. So, oh, excuse me. All right. So the HLR 75, right? So this bad boy is now available at theradcompany.com, right? You can pick it up in the beta kit, which is going to come with everything you need to get started for that delicious 3-inch polishing, and it's going.
So on the HLR 75, that was one of those ones where, yeah, no, we had the tool. We could talk about it because the video for that particular product had just dropped that day. But it's hard because actually for a lot of our European audience, they'd already seen the tool. They'd already had a chance to get familiar with it because Rupes is an Italian brand. So naturally, that stuff's going to find its way out into the European market before it finds its way to the US. It's not that unexpected, I don't think, really. But it was funny to see how many comments were like, why are you treating it like it's some big secret? We already have that thing. And it's just like, well, yeah, but for the US audiences, it's a new introduction of the product because they haven't had a chance to use it yet. And now it's finally arriving here. So that was the reason for why that was kind of like, oh, should we talk about this yet? Well, if it's not available, the hard part is you talk about a product before it's ready. If you talk about it in any kind of detail, people are super stoked. And then they instantly ask, great, so where can I buy it? And then as a company, you've done yourself and your customer a disservice by talking about it before it's ready, because then you immediately just shut down the whole conversation and bum somebody out by going, it's not actually available yet. On one hand, yes, it increases the hype, the interest, whatever. But are you really going to trust that the majority of people who experience that interaction are going to remember that when it actually does come due and it actually does show up? It's a difficult, balance beam to walk as a company, talking about stuff before it's ready versus, waiting until the last minute and then going, hey, I mean, you have to drum up some interest, but there's a limit to how much you can get away with before you just irritate people. And then they ultimately become disinterested and then they forget it's an option by the time it actually comes around because the interest has died down. You got to time that stuff right. So that's always been a challenge for any company, not just us. But when people get on our case for talking about something too soon or ask us about this or that or whatever, there's usually a reason why. So I just want you to understand that. 71 asking, did you drop by the Glossit booth by any chance? I did drop to the booth. You'll see it a few times. I basically pointed out they had a Pagani Huayra in their booth, but I did not stick around to look at the Glossit products or anything. There's really, at least in the circles that I pay attention to, Glossit doesn't really come up in those conversations much. If it does for you, then that's interesting. But just in the circles I've seen, I just don't hear it brought up very much as, good or bad or anything in between. It's not mentioned much. So anyway, 71, do you actually use them or is it just kind of a curiosity thing? The whole reason I stopped by there was the Huayra.
Going to come with a little bit of compound, a little bit of polish, a couple pads. You're going to be able to jump into it with some microfiber towels as well. But what's nice about the beta kit, it's going to come in a fancy case. But this thing has an incredible amount of torque. A lot of people don't know that because they assume it's battery powered, so there's got to be some kind of lag, right?
Horrible drawback.
Not exactly. This thing, I'm telling you, the second you tap that, palm sanders out there are going to feel very comfortable.
Let's see.
Look at that. It's like a two-stroke, man. It's got a ton of power. It's going to come with 2 batteries in the beta kit, which is pretty sweet. And so you're looking at about 35 to 45 minutes of polishing before you'd have to swap out the battery.
Hold on, let me see what the comments say. Newest. Magnus. Where's the detailing products? 4 days live at SEMA, and you don't show almost any detailing products. Really bad. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I love to see because I'll fixate on the negative stuff. But for me, it's usually if there's stuff that's like negative, but it's a critique on something it can actually improve, something I can actually do something about, I'll take that to heart if I feel like it's something that's worth pursuing. But in this case, he just has a very different expectation as to what the purpose of these streams was. I wasn't going around trying to do a greatest hits. This product came out new, and this product is new and new for 2022. No, I was trying to capture the vibe of SEMA just as an experience for somebody who hasn't been there. And that was the purpose behind these streams. That's why I called it West Hall Tour, not all the products that you can get for detailing in the West Hall. I wrote detailing products in parentheses on the title, but that was not the that was not the sole purpose of it. I was simply putting in parens detailing products because I needed to give people an idea of what was in that haul. It wasn't because I was going to be focusing only on detailing products. And I think just some people get absolutely lost in that stuff. It's, you can't win with those people. Now, it doesn't mean I won't focus on detailing products in a future live stream. Next year, maybe at SEMA, maybe I change things up and I do say, okay, I'm going to focus in on something. But that wasn't the goal of this. I was trying to capture the vibe. And Ryan Rigdon, you can clearly see, yes, I liked it. You got it. You understood what I was trying to do there. And I think Anthony and I both had just an unspoken understanding of what it was we were trying to accomplish there. And I feel like most of the people who watched got that. But for some people watching after the fact, well, they thought it was going to be something very different. And I'm sorry, but I can't control what your expectations are. All I can do is give you what I gave you walking on my own 2 feet, which, I mean, I was straight up like bleeding from just like thighs rubbing together. I know that's horrible graphic, too much information, but for real, man, it was some hardcore walking. So I don't want to hear from anybody who's just like, oh, what a waste of time. It's like, it wasn't a waste of time. To the right people who were expecting a particular kind of thing, maybe it wasn't what they wanted and they're frustrated. Okay, sorry. But to people who wanted to feel like they were there and didn't get a chance to be there, I was trying to make them feel like they were part of that. So I hope you got that. That's all. 71. You didn't show the detailing products I stand for. CJ Byrne. Has that douche canoe showed back up in the comment sections lately after the absolute fiasco? I don't even remember if that was his name or not, or somebody else. I just know it was fun to hate for a little while, and you could see it coming up and you could predict it like clockwork, but yeah. Can't please everybody. Whoopsie. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Which, by the way, the whole reason I was pointing that out is we just watched Anthony demo a product in a booth that was detailing related. So don't tell me we didn't check out any products, because we did. Maybe not a ton, but we did capture some moments there. 71. SEMA isn't open to the public, right? Question mark. Correct. SEMA is the not open to the public on every single day. It is closed to the public except for Friday. As I've always understood it, they do a, kind of open the doors on Friday and let, the riffraff in, regular people in, which, I mean, hey, if you're not working directly in the industry, I'm not saying you're a lesser than riffraff, whatever. I'm just saying all of the suppliers and manufacturers who have been doing stuff up to that point, making connections with other businesses and stuff, they know that's the day that all their free shit is going to disappear, because just it goes without saying, anything you have that in your booth that's not bolted down and can potentially be walked away with seems to happen on the free anybody day compared to any other day. That's just the way it goes. So yeah, at a certain point you'll be getting a lot of questions from people who have no interest in buying your products, but they'll sure shit ask you for free stuff. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong or whatever. I'm just saying that is the climate you're operating in at that point. So it's pretty funny. Wow, they're so generous with the freebies. Yeah, no, the companies, the smart ones anyway, they kind of plan for it. So they bring stuff that they know they're going to want to give away on that last day, because hey, on the plus side, if you're a company who has to haul all your own stuff like we are, it's a good idea to try and hand out as much free stuff as possible on the last day, so you're not hauling it back with you. And on the upside, maybe somebody enjoys that free stuff they got so much from you in a one-off freebie experience that they end up actually using it, liking it, and they write a good review about it, or they say something nice about it online after the fact, and then other people see that, and then they actually feel compelled to go buy it. Ultimately, as a company, that's the best thing you can hope for, having given out a bunch of free stuff. And yeah, I scored a bunch of free stuff from KCX. Oh yeah, Tony, there was definitely stuff there. And then flip it on eBay. I have seen people do that too. Cracks me up where I'm looking and I'm going, there's only one place you could have gotten that from, and that's from SEMA. And now you're chucking it on eBay. If you look at our 2019 video with Tavares Freddy, we literally, just for fun, we show an example of like what it is to go dumpster diving at SEMA and just look around at like what these companies are just leaving in the trash after the fact. You find some insane stuff, including Anthony found a freaking Honda Civic fender. So, I mean, anything and everything, dude. Anyway, continuing.
Battery, which is pretty amazing. Obviously, throw in any one of your favorite 3-inch pads, and you can get to paint correction, you get to headlight polishing, any type of refinishing like that. It's going to be awesome. And then it's going to come with your charging base as well as your charging cable. So, beta kit, radcompany.com. It released today. I completely forgot, and I'm sorry about that. And yeah, I knew something special was happening at this booth. I just kind of lost it for a quick second.
That's
so moving
okay.
on. We'll be back here to check out some more. Look at all these beautiful machines. We got our friends over at PNS over here. We have Matt. Oh, there's Matt.
Wait a second.
There's Matt and there's Tommy.
We got P&S over here.
Tommy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday.
Tommy from Obsessed Garage, great dude. Shout out to that guy. He was really, really cool. Really interesting. Good to talk to. Just a really nice guy, too. So if you see him in an Obsessed Garage, like in the background or whatever, give him a shout. He's a really good guy. We got a chance to really talk with him a lot. And when I had that dinner that one night, I think it was Thursday night, I took Matt from Obsessed Garage. I took Tommy. I took Pan the Organizer. I took Ivan and Sylvie and Nick from Hawk Pro Detail, DIY Detail, and those guys. I just brought them all out, but it was a really good time. And yeah, I just want to say, great dude. So, you know, just in case you're thinking, oh, he's just some rando background character. No, he's really cool. He has kind of like an engineering background, which is interesting. So he knows his stuff. He's definitely one of those like very kind of quietly intelligent people, but he can totally hang in the conversation too. So anyway, shout out Tommy.
Hey, what's going on?
Just
man?
saying, hey.
We are live on YouTube. Just
Yeah,
saying.
we're doing a little YouTube
So
live.
you might want to.
So I was sharing the dumpster one
We
day.
caught
Down
everybody.
it.
Sorry.
We caught everybody, but we were going around just saying hi to everybody. I forgot that the polisher launched today, and so we had to go back over and say, oh, there's something special about this booth, right? So I probably should say something.
What's always funny is Matt, he's just kind of blunt where he'll bring out his camera and he'll just start shooting like, this could potentially be useful. And I don't know if he does it for everybody where he just starts filming without saying anything. Sometimes it's nice to kind of prompt people first, but he knows with us, we're so used to doing the whole on-camera stuff that it doesn't faze us one bit. He knows he could just start recording us and we won't care. So, yeah, maybe we put our foot in our mouths, maybe we don't, but either way, it's going to be entertaining at least, right? So, yeah, he just records it and he gets what he gets.
Something. And then I had to do my whole spiel, right? Hey guys, anything with the Rad Company. The HLR 75 beta kit was just launched at theradcompany.com, which is going to include 2 batteries, and include your charging station, as well as some compounds, some pads, and some microfiber towels to get you started. Toss the towels, get some of ours, and enjoy 3-inch polishing to its very best. Something like that.
I swear he could just say
I usually
anything
don't
and
breathe.
it just sounds like he wrote it already.
It's always.
He practices in the mirror, I know it.
It's just because he wants
I
to
do.
hear himself speak, right? Yeah.
Do you? I know.
It's like the manliest microphone.
Looks like a medical device is what this. But
It's a little
okay.
narcissism amongst
Nice
friends.
to see you. Nice to see you. So we were just walking around, and is Rennie around still? Miss him every single time.
Right
Oh,
there.
Hey!
Rennie, you're live on YouTube. I'm just saying hi, going around seeing a bunch of familiar faces here.
We're
And
getting a
so,
tour.
Just happy to see everybody. It's exciting. Everybody under one roof. Matt came in last night. He missed out on all the fun yesterday. So yesterday we showed Tommy around. We had a fantastic day.
When we're walking around with the phone, it's just a matter of like manners. But we do try and protect people from potentially saying something stupid by just, before they can say anything, we'll be like, and we're live on YouTube, you know, just to like cut them off. Just right ahead before they say anything they might regret. So most of the times, there's no reason for them to have to worry about that. But we throw it out there anyway, just as a courtesy. I mean, if we forget to say it, it's probably because they secretly want to hear them say something. I don't know, but it's just an amusing detail where it seems like he's almost like just says it like way too fast. He's just trying to make sure, as a courtesy, that it gets said.
Tommy's our new friend. We like Tommy.
Full of a little bit of detailing, a lot of walking, some good food, and all of that. And
Matt Mormon.
what? Well, we came in later at night. He missed half the festivities.
Ruined it all.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
We got a busy schedule.
Now he has to do some real work. But we're gonna keep cruising around, right? Go check out more stuff.
All right.
We'll see
Thanks,
you guys around.
See ya.
So, moving on from
Man, we're
here.
really getting the greatest hits here.
I know. I'm going to lose my voice by the end of the day today. And so you got this car over here.
It's okay,
bam,
we're doing the dance.
Bam, bam,
Man,
bam.
you guys should see these moves up close. The problem is, it crops in.
We have Ragtop over here. I'm going to say hi to these
Hey.
guys over here. What's going on,
Say
guys?
hello to our friends at
Anthony,
Ragtop.
we're live on YouTube right now.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Hey, guys.
And
nice to see you.
Could you get me some more?
Oh, no, it's okay. We're just doing a little
no.
tour.
We're-
Oh, yeah, work on the head. There we
you
go.
Look,
Yeah,
you look
looking good, looking
fantastic.
good.
Anything new and exciting over at Ragtop? You guys doing some demonstrations, showing off some water behavior, anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, check this out. You want to see
This right here.
Let's see.
It would be a convertible top, correct?
this? This would be a convertible top.
Part of one.
No problem, 71. Glad I could help. But yes, 71 saying, this stream gives me some sanity in the middle of a move. Thanks, Dane. No, for real. When you're in the middle of a move, it can be a serious pain. So having a friendly voice on in the background, it's highly recommended. I think you made the right choice. So thank you for watching.
You picked a fun color.
Fast fabric.
Okay.
That is a very fun color for a convertible top.
Of fabric and vinyl.
There's not many cars that would look good on. But
Here.
Oh, you're getting the whole spiel.
There we
now.
go, yeah.
The manufacturer of all fabric and vinyl from everything from Aston Martin to Volvo. Now, what our product is going to do is restore the water repellency, as you're about to see, protect from UV. Also has anti-abrasives and cleaning agents.
the man has a powerful mustache. I feel like I have to point that out, even though it's obvious. But in person, it was just kind of like you're walking by and they're just like, "Oh, Jesus, mustache."
In it.
Yep.
Amazing.
So
Okay.
that's what we're looking for. Keep your top protected. It's the only manufacturer-approved product and is available at the Rag Company
It is available for Ragtop.
on the website.
Heck yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, cool. So
At that point, he wasn't sure if he was going to be back on camera or not, so he just kind of like, But yeah, when he says only manufacturer approved, they are approved by Jeep, so they're actually what they recommend for Jeep tops. So just in case you're wondering and you're just like, oh, what do I use on the top of my Jeep? Can't go wrong with that.
we're
Ragtop.
going to keep cruising around. We do love Ragtop products. You know what you guys' stuff is also really good at? Restoring
But it's not just
and
Jeep. It's actually
protecting
more than that, too.
hot tub covers.
Yes.
We made a whole
Sorry,
video
man.
on hot tub cover cleaning,
You're all
and
good.
it was not as successful as we had hoped, if we're honest. But you know what? The results were amazing. People were like, clean that hot tub cover that well, right? Things that you can't get off with normal soap and water, right? We use the Ragtop convertible top cleaner, and then we use the protectant, the vinyl protectant, right? Went over the entire top of it, added that UV protection, right? Added that water behavior. It's delicious.
You get the gist.
So I'm not gonna
The
lie.
natural habitat of the 240Z,
No,
if I
it
recall.
is. It is growing on me. It is. Oh my God! Look at the underside.
Yeah.
Those brakes look amazing.
Oh, sorry.
No, the
Yeah.
new Z looks really good in person.
You're good, man. Oh,
It's funny how much, like, yeah, there's a lot of carryovers still from the 350, 370. However, the little stuff they did with the roof line to kind of give it a sleeker profile, make it look a little less, upright, they did a very good job of trying to decrease the visual, weight of the higher portions of the car. They kind of brought the visual weight down a little bit. Yeah, it's still a little bit thick in a chunky way through the body from basically the waistline down. However, I think they've done a really good job of trying to tone that down a bit. And I think darker colors do a better job of hiding that. However, when you have a lighter color and you can contrast it with the roof, it does look nice. So in person, I would give the new Z pretty decent marks in person. I think it looks significantly better than the 350 or the 370, just in my own personal opinion. However, here I go again on a Google search, but I got to find it. Let's see. There was a particular orange New Z that had a body colored line through the grill that I feel makes it look a million times better than the current one. Let's see if yes, here it is. It's such a simple thing, but it makes the car look so much better, in my opinion. Because compared to stock, where you just have the gaping maw, where it's just wide open like that, To each their own, but I don't find that particularly appealing. I understand it's a nod to the original car and that had the but also on the original car, you kind of hid that fact by having the little chrome bumper, the little, tiny pencil mustache bumper that went around. That kind of broke up the line a little bit. But when you don't have that, oh God, this is just that is very unpleasant. But yeah, okay, so you can see the giant rectangle front end. Yes, it was there, but I mean, yeah, it was hidden by that little mustache bumper that went around. Whereas you go to the Z up here, and you're gonna find that doing that on the new factory one, just not the same. It's just not my cup of tea. But man, you do what they did at the Tokyo Auto Salon, and you get this one here. This one looks so good, so good. I'll just make that a little bit bigger. Yeah. Me, that looks a million times better. I think that looks so good. Simply adding the crossbar, just changing the bumper cover. It doesn't look like it's actually too crazy advanced. Got some nice little touches on the sides, and then that rear kind of diffuser looking thing there, just, it tucks it up nicely. A lot of these contrast black portions do a good job of taking away some of the visual weight of the car and make it look sleeker, make it look lower, make it look meaner. So I am a huge fan of that. If I were to get a new Z, for whatever reason, if I just decided one day, yeah, I want a new Z, I would get it and I would do it up exactly like that. I would find a way to get that front bumper cover and I would swap that onto the factory one within the first week of ownership, because that would absolutely make all the difference to me. Just visually, I can't abide the actual grill that they've got on the new one. I just it's the part that kills it for me. But seeing this, if I could do it like this, maybe I'd have orange, which is a cool retro color, or maybe I'd do a different color, perhaps a blue or something, or a green. Green would be sick, but then again, I'm like Mr. Green car. But I would definitely have that cross portion. But I would need it to be a color that contrasted well, so I could keep all these portions that are black, and that way you had the nice contrast between that and the lighter color. But anyway, and these wheels are a dope throwback design. I really like that. They got that kind of compomotive look that you see on classic JDM or race cars and stuff. Where are they? That's not compomotive wheels. Okay, well, NK compo, yeah. Where is the classic? How is it that I'm having trouble finding these things now? Okay, boom. Those are the wheels I'm thinking of. It was meant to kind of allude to that, to this wheel here. Yeah, this is the look. This is the style. I'm not crazy, so I knew I could find it if I just look on. Why is nothing coming up when I type in compomotive? But there you go. So you can see. Anyway, let's get back to it. I'm never going to finish these streams. My goodness. Okay, moving on.
Oh, it's you.
I'm India. Yeah.
Michael.
No, it's growing on me, Dane. I would say, and I think a lot of people probably would agree. I think it was what it was. It was that initial, oh my gosh, dude, what's going on? Dude, good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in years, man. It's been a long time. And so we're cruising right now. We're just going around, getting footage, doing all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And so we're just excited to be back here, man. It looks like a good turnout. And how's business? Crazy. It's always crazy with you, man.
He's a good dude.
Yeah. All right, Jay. It was good talking to you, dude. Yeah, we'll catch you around. All right.
Oh, you might recognize this one from Instagram.
And of course, I'm the nerd who recognizes the Carrera 4S that I've seen a bunch of times on Instagram with the guy who goes camping in it and stuff. The main reason I found it was because he appeared in a video next to a Safari style 944 that I liked. But it just popped up one day, so then I started following him here, and apparently Gion got a hold of him and said, hey, put your car in our booth, so they did that, but they made some videos with him and stuff. Looked pretty cool. The thing to understand here was they actually did a 50-50 on the car, I think, to show one side coated, one side not, so you get a nice little peek at that.
Pretty cool.
Gian brought it to the booth. I love seeing this guy go off-roading in this thing. It's ridiculous.
It is.
You do all of that camping using
So
the
if you guys
Carrera
notice,
C4S.
it is half clean and half dirty, right?
Oh, perfect.
The
That's
ultimate
actually
50-50.
great. Nice little 50-50 action for you. This may be the car that got me to appreciate 996s.
I know, I'm in the camp of people who don't like the 996 for purely aesthetic reasons. Every other reason, IMS bearing, all that stuff could be dealt with, but aesthetically, it was those freaking fried egg headlights. I'm glad it means that there's a cheap Porsche 911 that still exists, that's modern enough you can get it or whatever, but I grew up with the 964 and the 993. Those are my 911s. Those are the ones I'd want to drive. I could come around to a 996 if I found a good enough deal on one. The turbos are certainly still great, but yeah, just finding the right fit. However, I do like the taillight bar that the C4
How he uses
gets.
So.
C4S
Rooftop
in
tent, all-wheel
particular
drive,
has
do your
that
thing.
taillight bar that
All
goes
right.
across. Looks pretty cool. The other 996s did not have the taillight bar that went across. That was a feature more tied to the earlier 911s, specifically the 964 and the 993 especially had a taillight bar that looked very nice.
Moving on.
So we got Guion over here, obviously doing a great job. Beautiful booth as usual.
got a little
They
bar
got an
up there?
entire barista and bar there.
So they're
That
taking
is
the
just
European
fancy.
model that we saw in Frankfurt and bringing it here because no
That's-
one else is doing food.
That's genius. No, I love that, man. Moving on.
All right.
This is
Our
where
McLaren GT over here.
now I'm starting to kind of go where I don't know where I am.
That's all right. This
Flexi
is part of the
Shield.
exploration.
Oh, here we go. I know
Oh,
exactly
yeah,
where
yeah,
I am.
yeah.
You got Justin Pate,
we
another
go
rap
say hi.
institute, another familiar face, knocking out some rap
It's
over
been
here.
a non-stop parade of familiar faces for us so far.
This is sweet. This is a sweet poop.
Hey, we know that guy.
Justin, going around
Hey.
doing a quick YouTube live, going around
We're
saying
just
hi to
walking around.
everybody. So can you just give us a quick rundown? What are you going to be doing here at the booth?
We're going to be cutting on this car as much as we can,
Nice.
just direct cutting on the paint with knives. I think that's something really important to show at SEMA. And then we're going to see if if we can use our elbows as much as we can, see how many dents we can do in 1 hour.
Yes, perfect.
And then what we also hope to do is like pull really hard to pull as much paint.
Oh, I
So how quickly can you damage a car?
Yeah.
That's the goal.
It's not like an expensive car. I'm gonna just take that right there, right? Go for the grab.
That's the idea. Actually, we're going to show how to wrap this emblem later. So it's
Oh
going to
my
be very
god, that's so
technical
crazy
skills.
Wow,
though that
that
they're
is-
gonna
Yeah,
wrap
I'll
that
let John do
emblem.
that.
Spirit of Ecstasy is
Just gonna wrap it and just
Yikes.
shrink it with some heat, and pray something happens. All right, well we're gonna keep cruising, Justin. We'll talk to you later, and we'll see you around. All right, have fun.
When we were doing that, a bunch of people were commenting that Anthony needs to touch Justin's car to make up for all the people who touched Anthony's car during Justin's presentation. Only problem was, that's not Justin's car, so you can't just randomly go touching cars at SEMA and expect somebody not to say anything.
Seeing just a bunch of just familiar faces. Oh, this is badass, dude. Look at this.
Oh, classic.
You
This
can't
looks
tell me
smart.
that this isn't freaking
Oh,
awesome.
pole position.
I don't
Come
have
on.
any
Gotta
credits.
love that.
He's gonna start it up for me.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, so start. Okay, we're gonna start here in low. Bam, get that bam down to high.
So anyway, Anthony does that for a little while, and then we walk through and we definitely find ourselves some other cool cars.
There's marring. He's like marring. He's like, but what about all the dents on the car? Don't look at those.
If you're wondering what the cars of SEMA were this year, unsurprisingly, C8 Corvettes played a big role because now the aftermarket has had enough time to really develop a lot of different body kits, interesting, fun stuff for them. I saw a lot of C8s. I did not see any C8 Z06s though, and that's the new hot model that everybody wants to get their hands on. That thing is a freaking rocket ship and it sounds amazing, but did not see one at SEMA. There were definitely a lot of other interesting cars there, but apart from the C8 Corvette, you can pretty much count on seeing the new Z many different places. I can't call it the 400Z because Nissan doesn't call it that either. They just call it the Z now, or the new Z. Apart from that, though, there were some Corolla GRs, which we're very excited to see those in person. There was a shit ton of Broncos everywhere. Finally, something replacing all the Jeep Wranglers you see at all these different booths. You're seeing Broncos everywhere now. So for the love of competition, I like seeing that. I like seeing a little diversity. And a lot of the companies that make Jeep products were advertising that they make them for the Bronco now too, because I realized a huge chunk of the customer base who were, the ones who aren't like the diehard Jeep people, but they just wanted an off-road vehicle and the Jeep Wrangler was it. Now that they have the Bronco, a lot of people branched off. I'm not counting the people who like go find a weirdo old G-Wagon or a Defender or something that's different. But for like the mainstream Jeep Wrangler types, now there's an alternative. So a lot of these companies were making stuff for Broncos when they'd never done that before. So it was nice to see them branching out a little bit, if only so far.
Look at the marring. Dane, can you tell us a little bit about this right here?
Oh, wow.
Apollo
Okay,
IE, yeah. So basically, get up close and personal. It is the Apollo IE. The thing is absolutely insane looking in person. There's really not a whole lot to say about it. I couldn't even remember the specs off the top of my head. I just remember it's something obscene, like what was it, 13 or 1600 horsepower? Now I have to look it up because I honestly don't remember what the stats on it are. Apollo IE specs. Huh. Okay. That's less than I expect. Oh, I'm thinking of the the Apollo Intensa Emozione. It's like intense emotion is what it's meant to be alluding to. No, I was thinking, wow, that's less. So 780 horsepower and 561 pound-feet of torque. It's got a 6.3 liter naturally aspirated V12. So actually, this is not the same as the DeVille or however you say it, which I think was like a Middle Eastern hypercar thing that was like insano. I know that there's also the SSC Tuatara, which is also insane. But the specs, okay, let's look up the specs to the Devil 16. Yeah, the Devil 16, 1500 horsepower or 2000 horsepower in some cases. Or they have another version that they claim would make 3006 horsepower. What? And they had a track version? No, there's no 5000. What on earth? Okay. Yeah, that's just crazy town. That ain't right. Anyway, moving along. I realize I'm going to be on this one forever if I do this, but essentially this was our walk of the Tuatara. So in case you're wondering what I was confusing it with, I was thinking the Apollo IE. I was mixing it up with the Devil 16 or DeVille 16, which of course is this, crazy looking thing. If I can just pull up some photos of it. Yeah, this absolute Mad Hatter. It has a 16-cylinder engine in the back, and it is absolutely massive. It looks like a spaceship. I mean, that's the hard part with these hypercars. You get some of these ones that I realize to somebody they're special, but they've kind of ceased to feel special to me in this day and age, where it seems like everybody's just going and making like these insane hypercars and stuff. It lacks the punch of the impact that like the McLaren F1 had back in the day, or the Ferrari F40, or Lamborghini Countach. I mean, even like the original Koenigsegg, like the CC8 or something like that, that was still at a time when those were still extremely rarefied air that felt like, oh my God, that's insane. That's so cool. That felt special. But then, or like the original Pagani Zonda, that was still like, okay, that's kind of like a weird brand I've never heard of. But then when I understood, oh, the guy who did the design on the 25th anniversary edition Countach, Horatio Pagani, went off and created his own company and ended up designing this car called the Zonda. Okay, that's cool. I get that. Hopefully the T50 will bring back the same charm. Yeah, I feel like in the case of the T50 on the new Gordon Murray stuff, the T50, I think it kind of lacks the visual style that some people were looking for. It has unique styling elements, don't get me wrong, but let's see. Yeah. I mean, it's still, it definitely feels like it's kind of along the lines of like a McLaren esque type car. But at the same time, it's doing something different than the original F1 did. I do feel like visually this one's very appealing, but it also has like a lot of aero elements and stuff that make it kind of interesting. And you got that funky fan in the back, which is kind of like the hallmark of the design of the T50. So I get it for some people, and it's very small, as you can see, with people standing next to it. The thing is tiny, but it looks a little weirder to me on the rear in particular. I'm not a huge fan of the rear of them, but I get it. Like I understand it, and I do think it looks much more handsome from the front. I just think the rear is a little funky looking, but I understand it's meant to be functional more than anything else. And to be able to still have like the tri-seater configuration, also extremely cool. Kind of a Gordon Murray hallmark after the F1. That was like the way to go. So I get it, but yeah, I mean, I just don't think it feels like it has the same punch that supercars of old do. But then again, I'm also looking back to my youth, so I realize that's kind of a bit of a bias showing. Whereas for newer cars, maybe it's different. But I kind of feel like after the Veyron came out, everything just kind of became fair game, and it just turned into crazy town of like all these little one-off companies, either with like crazy oil money or something, just got made, and nobody really felt the same about it anymore, at least to my experience. And granted, I'm a millennial, so yeah, no, just one of those one of those funky things. But yeah, moving along, go back here.
You're looking at a 25-minute walk,
To
roughly,
the other hall?
to the other hall. To get to like the dead center of Central Hall, you're looking about
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not going to say crazy crypto money. Like, crypto money probably buys some of those cars, but the money does not pay for the original development of those cars. As far as I understand, I'm pretty sure the DeVille Devil 16 or whatever is made using funding from somewhere in the Middle East, if I recall. So that's where I was kind of getting at with that one. But yeah, as far as buying it, I'm sure there's definitely some Bitcoin millionaires and etc. out there who are buying supercars with it. But yeah, it's still when it comes to these ultra mega hyper ultra supercars, they're just gonna get parked in a garage in Dubai and shown in a YouTube video, maybe like 3 times, maybe wind up in a freaking Supercar Blondie video at some point, and then never see the light of day again. That's pretty much the entire lifespan of some of those ridiculously high end cars that you're never gonna see those. Maybe I'll catch them at the Quail at some point down the line, but it just doesn't feel the same as like back when the Bugatti EB110 came out, or the Jaguar XJ220, which is a personal favorite of mine for styling. It's just a different world now. So, for better or for worse, the the performance aspects. I mean, to me, the styling is what has to live on, even if it's a product of its time period. I love when something looks dated in a very particular way, like wedge-shaped cars. I love the wedge-shaped cars of the 70s and 80s. I think they're awesome. But if you were to see one today, yeah, you wouldn't mistake it for something that's current just because that's not the current design language of cars as we know them. I mean, the current design language of cars as we know them, if I'm going to be really, really harsh and just cut straight to the point, everything is a melted bar of soap now. Everything is a goddamn egg. It's all just smushed blobs. It's all for aero purposes because everybody's trying to squeak out the last little bit of fuel efficiency they can from a vehicle before finally just giving in and going EV. Now, for standard cars that are just going to be the NPC cars, the ones that are driven by people who don't give a shit about cars and are just spending their lives driving to and from work and home, then those make sense. That's where EV makes total sense. I get that. That's fine. But man, if you're looking for something a little more emotional resonance, you're gonna have to do better than that.
Yeah,
minutes.
you're talking 25
And
minutes.
so you walk there, you see what you want to see, you walk back.
We bought.
Oh, 71, I'm absolutely with you on begging Hyundai to make the Envision 74 concept, which for those who don't know it, I don't know how you don't know it at this point, but oh my god, make this yesterday. I would buy the hell out of that. I absolutely love this design. I wouldn't really change it for anything. It's amazing as it is. My goodness, I would be all over that. Yeah, it's so badass. Just straight up.
Back
You're,
and forth maybe twice
Oh, I
yesterday,
just need to grab
maybe 3
myself a bottle
times.
of water, and then I can
And
pay for
all
it.
in all, we ended up with about, I don't know, 19,000 steps or so.
20,000. I don't know.
20,000
Do you,
for
do
you.
you,
I
do
got
you, do you want
19.
one, Dane?
Inspired design on a Wrangler Jeep. I mean, what appear to be almost like Fuchs.
Yeah, that was a weird one. This one booth had these wheels on their Jeeps and on their Bronco that looked like they were a direct, like, copy slash ripoff of, like, the Fuchs that went on classic Porsche 911s. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this is when Anthony performs best disappearing act since David Copperfield. I know, that's why I skipped. So, yeah, I mean, your classic Fuchs, it's almost like an inverse of this design, where and these are meant to almost kind of evoke a similar style to these. Now, if you don't see it, I understand, but they made lots of variations of these, and like Roof did some updated modern examples of these kinds of wheels, but they are a classic inspired design in 911. Dane talks about the Envision so much, he can be sponsored by Hyundai tomorrow and you wouldn't know the difference. Dan, it's true. I freaking love that design and I want it to happen. I want it so badly to happen. It needs to happen.
Wheels on a Jeep. That's a new one. Can't say
Even if
that
it
I've ever
winds
seen
up
a
on
few.
something horribly neutered,
really
like
like this
power
kinda
wise, I
limestone
just
color.
the style, man.
This one's more
The
gray.
style is so
This one's
key.
a little bit darker over here. This one's got a little more saturation of color. It's all a little bit later today.
This is when I was just stuck walking by myself and I had nobody to help announce, so I just kind of had to narrate as I went along.
Try and make that work. But sorry you won't have Anthony. You know, it's all right. So we'll go ahead and go.
That was a nice C10 over there. I know as far as
I'm
square
using
bodies go,
cellular.
Levi would have loved
Oh,
that.
here's that Nissan Sunny that the EV converted.
And yes, if you're wondering, EV conversions were a massive theme at SEMA, for sure.
Oh, this is great.
The style of this Sunny, though, I freaking love how this thing was designed with the BRE Racing style livery on it. Those cool kind of turbofan wheels. Just really cool design. But then they stuck, of all the electric powertrains they could have put in there, they kept it in the family, and they put a Nissan Leaf powertrain in there. So, yeah, it's not exactly drag racing anybody, but at the same time, like, for what it is, the truck weighs hardly anything compared to an actual Leaf. So it actually makes the truck much faster than it was stock.
I love these wheels too. Just took the drivetrain out of a Leaf. But the BRE, everybody wants a little truck eventually, right? This adventure going.
There were also a lot of lowered Ford Mavericks, which I appreciated, just seeing some style thrown at some Mavericks there.
Over here, sick. Looks extremely cool in the orange.
I think this was like the third or fourth Black Series of the AMG GT I had seen since the first one I had seen, which was back at Waxstock in the UK earlier this year. But, I mean, yes, it looks like every other AMG GT, but with some extra aero and stuff on it. And you're like, okay, they added some carbon fiber, so what? But the engine under the hood is actually very different from all of the other AMG GTs. So, it's a it's a flat plane crank, so it sounds completely different than the other ones. You don't get some of the rumble that you get from a cross plane crank, but instead you get more of like a shriek or like a howl kind of thing. Like it's just really, it revs up like more Ferrari-esque.
That is a poppin' orange. Wow.
Oh,
For
this
those
is
who
where I
don't
went and
know,
looked at a Rivian
compared to the regular AMG
R1T.
GT.
I was excited
Anybody
to take a
who's been
look at an
curious about
R1T in
these,
person.
I'll take a look for you.
I've seen them on the road a bunch here in Idaho, like around Boise, there's actually quite a few of these things rolling around. And as far as like one vehicle to do it all, yes, they're expensive, but they do stuff that no other truck can do. I mean, you get sports like high performance sports car acceleration. The handling is shockingly good by just normal car to sports car standards. Is it like a Miata? Absolutely not. But by any truck standard, it blows everything else out of the water, and it's faster than a TRX. It's super cool, but it's definitely one of those, like, if you had to just have one vehicle that you could do everything with, that would be on my extremely short list. I think that the R1T is a super cool, super capable vehicle, and the R1S is the SUV version of that. However, I really like the gear tunnel and the pickup bed, so I don't know if I'd be able to give that up. Although I do like the fact that the R1S, the SUV version, is kind of Range Rover-esque in that it has a clamshell tailgate. So you actually get like a fold down tailgate and the glass folds up. So it's not like a big hatch that just goes up. You actually have like a platform that you can stand and sit on and all that, which I think is cool.
Looks to be the launch green color. Get a look inside the front. Okay, that gives me a better idea of the actual space available.
It's like three
Quite a
quarters
bit.
the size of my
Not as much
desk
as the
here. It's
Lightning,
pretty
but
big.
It's a lot. More than most people will ever use.
The headlights, there's something that grows on you. They're
I
not
don't
for
believe I'm
everybody.
near the Valvoline booth. However, that may be in a different hall. I got to tell you guys, the West Hall is absolutely massive. We're talking in excess of 1.5 million square feet, possibly more. It's nuts. But while I've seen quite a few R1Ts on the street where I live back in Boise, Idaho, this is the first one I've had a chance to look at up close. So very cool. Up
That
close.
tailgate is special too because you can see it actually extends out really far, a lot more than the actual length of the tailgate height itself. You can pretty much see the tailgate where you see the bottom where my progress bar is on the video. That's about where the bottom of the tailgate really is. However, it does this cool like extendo thing when it leans down where it stretches it out and it just creates a much longer load floor. And this is how they compensated for the fact that the bed is a little bit shorter than like a full-size pickup. You're dealing with a mid-size kind of space, but they're compromising a bit so you can have more interior space because they wanted to make sure that wasn't something that people were going to complain about because you get one chance to design it right. So you're really trying to make it fit a lot of different, lifestyles, personalities, and stuff. It's not going to be a traditional work truck. This is more of an adventure vehicle. So you can throw dirty gear in the back and that kind of stuff. But if you're wanting to turn this into a farm truck, you're going to have to figure out if that really makes sense for you or not. But yeah, that was their way of kind of making up for the deficit of the overall bed length. Is by having the tailgate down, you actually gain a significant amount of length of the bed. I think ultimately with that down, you end up with like a 7-foot long bed. So it's pretty good. Pretty good.
So very cool.
And those crossbars over on top of the pickup bed there actually can be hot swapped, like just popped right off with a proper, removal button, key, whatever. And then they can be put onto the roof. So that part's pretty slick too.
Okay, this gives me a good sense of the material quality too, because I was curious about that. Really like the interior in these. Oh, you're looking for the RX-7? Oh, you know what? I did see that yesterday. It's nowhere near where I am, but I know that RX-7. Yes, that FD. And it's like a high...
That Forest Edge interior with all the green in it and stuff, to me, looks super cool, but it's definitely not for everybody. And this guy, this commenter who just kept talking about, have you seen this Valvoline RX-7, this FD RX-7? He kept wanting me to go see a particular RX-7. Then he talked about Rob Daum's 4-rotor RX-7. I'm sad that I missed it. I wish I could have seen Rob Daum's 4-rotor RX-7. But the reality is, when you're working these booths, apart from the time that I spent walking for these streams, I really didn't spend any time walking around the show outside of that. So I really didn't have any opportunities to actually look for like specific things that I wanted to see that people maybe had heard was going to be there. It just wasn't something that was in the cards for me. So these walking around streams were my one opportunity where I was actually adventuring around the hall trying to give a sense of the space, and maybe I'll happen across one car or two cars that actually are ones people are looking for. But yeah, it was definitely a challenge when people would ask, "Hey, go look for this thing," and it wasn't really an option. And yes, those that also mean you didn't see any Bluetooth drive shafts. Yes, there were definitely the jokes about Bluetooth drive shafts too. I threw a few of those comments in there while I was walking during the stream. I didn't see any when I was looking. I saw some spotty welds, here and there. Nothing terrible, but I think overall the quality seems to be at least somewhat up from past years. But then again, I think the SEMA crunch happens to everybody. No matter how far along you are in a project, the deadline always comes way too soon, it seems. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who, even if they knew it was like a year out or 2 years out and they were building for it, prepping for it, you can't control the time that some things happen during a build process, like painting and other stuff like that. If the painter suddenly becomes unavailable, well, then you're kind of SOL until they are available, or you have to get a different painter. But perhaps you were going to do a design that required that particular painter. Yeah, you get it. But, I mean, there's always going to be something. So, yeah, there's always that crunch. So, a SEMA build, its sole purpose is to look good. Whether it functions well or not is another matter. Most of them, I will say, that I saw did function. I know the Supra and our booth certainly function well, but yeah, that can't be said of every vehicle you see in a booth at SEMA. They're mostly just meant to look good.
Lighter yellow color this year. Basically, it used to be like a dark blue one, I remember.
But yeah, if there was one vehicle I wish I had gone to see, I wish I could have seen Rob Dom's 4-rotor RX-7. I really wish I could have seen that one in person because I've been following that for years, it feels like now. But yeah, no, I'm a little bummed I missed that. But SEMA is like the one opportunity you get to see these very particular cars, and if you miss it, you miss it. But I don't know. Sometimes it's cool to check it off the old bucket list.
For seeing that one at SEMA previously, yes, I did see that one yesterday, but we were walking on our way out. So very cool. All right, for anybody curious about the Rivian R1T, it is awesome up close. How likely are you to buy an R1T? Tell you what, if I had the means, it would be on my extreme short list because it's one of the few
great
vehicles
vehicle.
that can
like
just about
as far
do
as a
everything.
package goes, it does.
I mean, you sound like you're joking.
80
but
to
in terms
90% of
sports
everything
car
I want.
performance, 0 to 60, 3 seconds, and actual handling that uses suspension tech from McLaren 720. Yeah, that's pretty freaking awesome. I would definitely be game if I had to have one vehicle and I had.
Oh, as far as SEMA vehicles go, another vehicle that was heavily SEMA-fied was the new Toyota Tundras. I felt like I saw those damn things everywhere. There were so many modified Tundras. It was crazy.
To get rid of the other good range. So despite being a giant, massive.
The Earth Roamer over there.
I would definitely notice if I'd seen that
Another
one.
new Tundra.
That 4-rotor's freaking awesome. Yeah, I know. His is the all-wheel drive one.
Another new
But
Bronco.
I have not seen.
This absolute
Somewhere over
monstrosity.
there's a Wrangler. This is just the Devil's Wrangler. Yeah, the Valvoline booth. Yeah, I saw that one yesterday, but that's not Rob's, is it? The one I saw.
What cracks me up, and this is just my own personal preference, but it cracks me up when I see these things, and I know there's a very high likelihood that it still has the stock drivetrain underneath. So despite looking like it's a literal demon from hell, it probably still has its once great but now pretty average Pentastar V6 under the hood. I doubt they swapped it with anything more sinister, but just looking at it, it was like, okay, I get what you're doing here. I suppose you succeed at that part, but man, people thought the angry faces on the Wranglers was bad. This is like taking that and just spreading the cancer across the entire vehicle. No, straight up, it was in the subreddit heap.
From a previous year that was dark blue.
No, don't get me wrong. Did people work hard on this thing? Oh, I'm sure. I don't doubt that one bit. But in terms of like execution to the target audience, I'm sure this looks incredibly badass and they love it. To someone like me, though, my tastes are definitely not in line with this, and I just see that and I go, yeah, that's going to get posted in the Heap subreddit.
The previous year. Rob's, as far as I remember, oh, yeah, paddock, and it had a bunch.
Let's see what else we got.
Okay, it was, so, yeah, tune in.
Anyway,
Here's, I know it just,
this whole thing is just me walking around doing laps until I run across Tony. Also, look at all those Chevys and Tundras.
But Matt, always nice to see the layout.
I wanted to see some 3D products, so I stopped through
snap.
and got those.
We got a cyan over here.
Now this was actually really cool to see in person. Yet another limited edition Lamborghini based on an Aventador. God, how many times have they done that now? But as far as this goes, the Cyans are interesting because they're actually a hybrid drivetrain, so they kind of mix it up a little bit. And they look like an alien spaceship, so they're fun in their own way. But the color on this one, the color scheme, looked like it was a supercar from Atlantis. It was gorgeous, the color on it, and these like gold bronze accents on it. Super cool. So I think I walk around and show the color shift on the blue, but it's super pretty. And as far as I knew, it was paint. It was not wrapped. It was not any of that stuff. It did have XPEL PPF on it, I think. But other than that, I think it was clear PPF. So it should look exactly like the car actually looks underneath.
Based on the Aventador, but the Scion has a hybrid drivetrain, and I love the use of rose gold here. Super cool.
Or yeah, I guess in the stream, I was thinking bronze, but actually in person, I have to say, me in the stream me is right. It was actually rose gold. The color on screen doesn't really translate like that, but it was definitely more of a reddish gold. So yeah, it was so
It's
pretty.
a really
though.
cool color. I'll come around. Excuse me.
Yeah, okay. You can see the color shift
I
happening
see
from
what's
front to
going on
back.
here. So actually, as you go forward, based on how the light hits it, it really lightens up, and it goes into this much lighter shade up front. Wow, that's really cool.
And then I get some randos
I think it's
walking
aggressive
by.
enough. What do you think?
I mean, we've had the Veneno, the Centenario, the Cyan, the new Countach, which is really just like, kind of feels like a cash grab, but whatever. Do I think they look good, though? Yeah, I think they look good in their own way. The Cyan's a little busy looking, but then again, when you buy a Lamborghini, there's an expectation that you do kind of want a busier, more look-at-me design. So I think they achieved their goal there. But yeah, no, I think the taillights, being what they are definitely one of the more interesting elements of the overall design. But yeah, I mean, there was cool stuff just in the West Hall alone during our time at SEMA.
Yeah. So anyway, moving along. Okay. And we got Metrovac over here. Got all the blowers and vacuums and such. Got a couple hanging out in our studio back home. Love those things. Can't go wrong with one of those. Moving this way. Got Buff and Shine. Demos out there. Then we got sticker makers over here. Well, here, some stuff asking about that.
Oh, right.
I might
This is
want
the
that.
other part. I should have paid attention. The new Metrovac was a blower vac combo that had over 140 inches of lift or degrees of lift. Not sure what you were saying there, Tony. But I don't know what the measurement of that is. Inches, yeah. Okay. Wow. I don't even have something to compare that to, so I don't know how that compares. Water lift, that's very high. Oh, water lift. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't catching the water lift part of it. But yeah, no, if it's sucking up water like that, then phew, okay. Now, I was average rigid shop vacs like 40 or 50. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. So it's effectively like double or triple what's normal. I was just very excited, even though the movie itself is definitely kind of Die Another Day. memorable sequence in that movie to me when I was like, God, that came out in 2004. I was in high school when that came out, but I remember being super stoked when I saw this Jaguar XKR, bright green. I have a green XKR now, so I could be excited about this, not realizing one day I would have one. Granted, mine's newer than this one, but this thing with a Gatling gun on the back and like the missiles launched in the front, it sounded badass. The bad guy was driving. It just looked cool. I remember this in the ice chase in the movie, but yeah, didn't expect to ever see it in person. That was definitely a weird
Yeah,
one.
if you remember old Diamond Face driving this thing, it's pretty hilarious. And yeah,
And it was chewed up too. But that was like the whole point, is that it was from the actual movie, so it was beat up because it was one of the cars used in the movie.
yeah, no, the minigun's sweet. I love these badges too.
And the badge is cool.
Love that badge. And the wheels were like comically huge for the era. Yeah, that sushi place is insane. I saw it. Yeah, this is the actual movie car, guys. There you go, Zao.
Oh my god, 2002. I thought it was 2004 when that came out. Holy crap. Oof. Okay, so 2002. Interesting. So they built, let's say 3 or 8. I'm going to guess 8 because the pretty heavy action scene, they would probably use as many as 8. And one of those would maybe stay like the super clean hero car, and then the rest would get beat up for various stunts. But definitely interesting. Jaguar Zal's Jaguar was rebuilt on a shortened Ford Explorer 4-wheel drive chassis for better handling on the slippery surface. One of several XKRs used for the film, the car was equipped with prop missiles that launched at the front grille, rocket launchers on the doors, and a Gatling gun mounted behind the driver. Seems like such a safe way to go until somebody raises their hand or like puts it up or something, and then you got Swiss cheese for an arm.
That's what I was trying to remember. This one was used in the movie. Got beat up a bit. Yeah, I would.
Look at that gearbox too. Because they had to put in a freaking Ford Explorer drivetrain under this thing. That's crazy. Yeah, there's
it's
little
got the
missiles in the
up front.
grill.
Love that. Yeah, just a little fun movie bit for you guys. Ooh, old flex. M4 Ute. Looking very chrome wrapped. And you're like, okay, it's got the big old Skeletor nose.
I'm still not
However,
a fan of that grill.
It's rocking that sweet,
I know I
sweet
like
Ute
weird and obscure
behind.
cars and that kind of stuff,
Sorry.
but that grill ain't gonna do it for me. I don't think ever.
Yeah, gotta love this. Oh, forged carbon on the tailgate. Interesting.
It just kind of
And
feels
it looks
weird
like they
they
actually
planted
gave
in
it a
there.
real tailgate. Oh my
But they gave it a real tailgate, so I thought that was actually cool.
God, it's Tony. What's up? Tony, hello.
Disappears
How's
next
it
to me.
going?
Pretty good. I'm doing a little tour here.
I'm super lost.
Well, do you want to walk with me? Or do you have a place
I'm
to
gonna
be?
walk with you. I have
The
nowhere
very
to be
same Tony who's here in the comment section with you right now.
right now.
Well, I'm
just
making my
hanging
way
out.
back to TRC, so...
A little inside baseball. I was actually looking for you.
Oh, well, you could have just watched the stream and you'd know.
Bonnie was giving me minute-to-minute updates of where you were.
Well, here you go, sir. You're
Oh,
walking
hey,
with a mic
okay.
now.
I'm
I
walking
had
with a
Anthony
mic.
earlier, then I lost him, but
I
you're a
know,
good
what happened to
replacement,
the
so we'll
guy?
go with that.
Okay.
All right, so we're just going to walk and talk. I've just been
Yeah.
examining the booths, looking at cars.
She
And,
said you were looking at something with a machine gun on it.
oh, yeah, over here. It's the XKR from Die Another Day, the
Oh
James
my
Bond
goodness.
movie. You can't miss it.
Yeah. Well, hey, Rag Company viewers. This is Tony with Diamond Pro Tech. You may have seen me a couple of times over at the Rag Company studio.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just here hanging out at SEMA, and I just arrived. And this is the machine gun Jag.
Yeah, because why not, right?
Because why not? Well, hey, little did I know that finding you would make me suddenly host this show.
Yeah, that's right.
So-
That's why.
Yeah, that's what I do to people. So if you find me streaming and I don't currently have a host, you might get handed a microphone, so watch out.
Happens. You find me,
Johnny
and
on the
suddenly
spot.
I've got help. So.
Okay. Hey, I'm happy to help.
Now I got the Rag Company commenting. Dane, show us some sweet Toyotas. Gee, I wonder who's
Toyotas.
saying
Oh,
that.
Maybe the guy.
And and the wing is hydraulic and moves.
No way.
Not just a little, but like it tilts completely
Well, I'm glad it
down
was
on
fun.
the left,
That's the
and
most
completely
important
down
part.
on the right.
Like the actuators on it
It's
have a lot of
insane.
distance that
I mean,
they look
it's
like they can travel.
aircraft stuff. Just bonkers.
Wow.
Yeah, for those who
Love
weren't
that.
familiar, G-Tech this year had a
What do you think
freaking
it's coded in?
Zenvo in their
well,
booth, which was insane. I believe that Shmi 150 helped hook that up with them, and they got connected, and they started doing some work on the Zenvo cars, so that was super cool. But this is the TSRS, so this is the one with the insane wing that turns. If I pull it up here, give you an example. Yeah, this is so crazy. Look at that. Look at that. So cool.
This is the key. Put this in. Now, watch what happens when you turn the wheel.
But how does it work? This is the Zenvo TSRS.
Okay, more importantly, it should be asking, does it work? And as far as I understand, the answer is yes, but how much of an improvement it makes over your standard active aero wing that moves up as like a, air brake and that kind of stuff. I don't know if it necessarily helps, but I know that the car is built in such a way that it's going to be fast around a track anyway. But, I mean, functionally, it's just cool, right? I mean, it's all out in the open there. It's very clear, like, how the thing works when you see it moving, but overall, just cool. What the... Oh, Anthony sending me funny texts. Sending a
let's take a
picture I
wild
sent
guess.
earlier where I was showing the guys my glasses for the first
I would
time.
guess,
Crystal
like,
Serum
Saw
Ultra.
a ball light and he thought I was wearing
Maybe
earrings.
something new
And
and
now he's just like,
fancy.
it actually looks good. You should wear those. And I'm like,
I
not really an
I mean-
earrings guy.
That's intense.
All right. Well, now that we've established that,
I don't
gotta
even
keep moving.
Look at this
over here.
McLaren over here.
Oh, we got, yeah. I mean, there's been Sennas, there's been P1s, there's been. Probably gonna be some of that.
Or
well, nice
3.
Ford GT here.
Ooh,
Very
that's
nice.
that's basically a Toyota product, right, Gabe?
Yeah, that's
It is.
it is a taco.
Here's
I
an
was
actual
looking real
Toyota.
Said
early
taco
from
at
the
first
side.
from far away, but honestly, the size of the camper they smashed on this thing.
Yeah, it makes the whole thing seem much,
the
much
entire
larger.
thing seemed bigger.
I'm guessing this wrap is designed to confuse cameras so they can't focus.
Is the camera wigging out?
No, but I've seen when they do spy wraps and stuff for cars that are in testing.
well,
They'll do
I
all
mean-
weird swirly patterns or hex or camo or whatever.
If they're just gonna put a thing up here so a short guy can see in here, wow, it's gorgeous.
Of course, Gabe knows this one. He's like, "That's the camper build. That company's dope."
Oh,
And then some other guys like,
He would
"That's
know.
Where's
300
Gabe?
grand."
Oh, well, I don't doubt it. It looks
I mean,
beautiful.
most of the really, really cool overland setups are really expensive.
Yeah.
Hey. All right.
Okay, we're up in here.
Make
Oh,
our way
there's a
up
demo
and in.
happening up here. We're gonna be quiet. Ooh, a very luxurious-looking bed space.
Oh, this is excellent. This is very cool.
Hello, sorry, gentlemen.
Good morning. Yeah, we're just
No,
doing
we're
a quick
just-
little
Oh, look at that, though. Very nice.
pop in. It's
Peek in.
okay.
Just having some fun. Oh, to the dining
right.
room set up in there.
Oh yeah.
Pretty dining room table, some wine.
We'll go ahead and keep walking this way. I saw a new Tundra over there. I know
Okay.
Gabe.
Opportunity to coat a brand new Tundra recently.
Yeah.
It
Good example right
Another
here.
new
Yeah.
Tundra.
It
Yep.
was big, but it was nice. It was white like this one.
Okay. No longer a single stage.
No, and
I mean, hey, we're just happy that Toyota finally managed to come out with a new Tundra within 20 years.
I got a chance to actually put a little bit of some Pro 60 on it from Diamond Pro Tech.
That's good
Dipping into
stuff.
the pro line. now.
Yeah, probably maybe the
It's
first
been
Toyota Tundra with it on it, maybe in the
84
later
years.
ones, Yeah.
I would be willing to bet. And we got
Another new
new
Tundra. They're
over
everywhere.
here.
I love these like little fake pine trees on stands that are clearly just repurposed, Christmas tree specials or something.
Rotor is the dark blue color. Yes, no, I know a lot of people have been asking about the four-rotor, Rob Dom's four-rotor FD, and I have not for the most part. Over here is all truck stuff.
Which is amazing how, okay, yeah, this place is just massive.
Yeah.
Because when I came in, all the way at the other side of the building, it was truck bed covers.
Yeah.
And then there was a quarter mile of detailing, and now we've ended up here.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys all for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in, and wow, to see there's 216 of you now. You guys.
All you got, you just need a full tank of gas.
Yeah,
and you
just that. Except
just get away.
No gas.
Let me make our way back to the booth here.
Yeah.
I think.
You just, more range than them.
A Prius, a full tank of gas.
Oh, and if he's hooning it, right? I mean, he's got the foot down. He's going to run out of juice eventually, right?
Right. There you guys are.
Yeah, now you
with
found
the
us.
Supra. There it is.
Yes. So
And you have the
finally
banner in
got
the sky. It's it's a wonder why it was hard to find.
And you'll recall
We tried to make it easy.
when we
but,
left,
it still takes some
bunch of
effort.
people.
the
So anyway,
EQS
yeah,
in the
this
booth
is
across
basic.
from us was totally black. Like they hadn't wrapped it yet, but by the end they'd gone nuts on that
That's our
thing.
setup.
Hi.
So on that note, I think I'm going to go ahead and draw this stream to a close.
Sounds
May
good.
do another one a little later, but thank you for joining me, Tony. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
I'm glad I could sub in for Big Anthony for a
Yeah.
minute and
So,
hang
yeah.
out. And now I'm going to get to say hi to all these friendly folks over
Of
here.
course. I'll take the mic from you. You go say hi to everybody, and I'll round this out. Thanks, Tone. All right, you guys. So obviously we are here in the West Hall, the Rag Company, as you know.
Yeah. So that was the first time out. That was definitely took me a little while to get through that hour-long video, but skipping around, we managed to make it. So congrats us. Good job, everybody. Now we make it on to day 2, where we move to a different booth because obviously I decided, hey, there's 4 days of the show. There's 4 main halls. Let's go ahead and do it that way. So the way SEMA is broken down is basically you have a North, South, Central, and West Hall. There's no East Hall that I've heard of. However, the South Hall has a upstairs and a downstairs. And even the West Hall has an upstairs and a downstairs, although for the trade show purposes, the upstairs is kind of irrelevant. It's mostly just for like one-off conversation, TED Talk type things. It's kind of separate from the other stuff. But the arrangement in the other buildings is usually it's down to maybe a handful of different interests. So say, for example, the North Hall, that used to be where all the detailing was concentrated. However, over time, they have since repurposed it, and that kind of became more of the place where now it's all hot rod stuff. It's all aftermarket performance stuff. It had detailing in it, but now detailing got sucked into the new West Hall, the great big building. That's just part of the landscape now over there, which you just saw. That was the West Hall. The new hall is what you saw all there. And that took a long time to go through. Now, in the case of this one, this is walking through the Central Hall, which, I mean, the Central Hall is full of like a lot of the big manufacturers. So in this case, I recall Ford pulled out of SEMA, which was like a huge deal because they've been doing massive stuff. Ford out front, huge Ford booth, all this stuff. And then just this year, Crickets, it's like they just pulled out and then people were like, oh my God, there's going to be a giant hole where Ford used to be. I mean, like huge all over the show, giant gaps. Well, other manufacturers moved into film. And naturally, how many other car makers are as big as Ford? Well, you have like GM, obviously, but GM also pulled out a lot of their stuff. You still see a lot of GM vehicles at the show, but as far as being an actual like manufacturer on the floor, you saw them, but not to the same effect. So Toyota actually ended up taking the spot of where Ford had been, at least here in the Central Hall. Then in addition to that, Dodge, Mopar in general, still had their thing going. And during this stream, I actually had a chance to get up close and look at the new SRT Charger Banshee, the new EV Charger. Very naturally named the Charger. It already had EV credibility built into its name, being that it's a Charger. Yeah, jokes, terrible jokes. But anyway, everybody's already written that joke. But I got to see it in person. I got to see the roofline. I got to see how it looks in person. And I feel like when you see it in person, the shape of it makes more sense. I thought pictures made it look pretty good, but I just couldn't get over the roof line. Now you'll see later, I actually get a closer look and I kind of show you, okay, now this looks better in person. But the one I saw here at the show was actually a completely different color than the one when they did their big reveal. The big reveal one was black, but in this case, the one they show here is actually kind of a red color. Kind of a deeper red, kind of a metallic red, but look cool. Very cool. Anyway, I'll start this one off.
Over at the Prismatic Powders booth, here where we have Robbie Layton's new project, or I guess his project he's been working on, the Golden Nugget. Now, we're going to be walking around this entire central hall here, which is by far some of the busiest area I've seen. Dane's got to turn down his volume. Sorry about that. But we're going to be walking around, checking out some of all the busyness here, all the cool parts and all the cool accessories and all the cool brands here in Grand Central, or I guess you could call this Grand Central. It feels like Grand Central. And yeah, so we're going to do a quick walk around to the Golden Nugget, just kind of show you guys how that's been coming along. We did have the P&S friends come out here and do some polishing on this.
It's not going to be perfect by
Robbie
any
Layton
means.
himself.
Especially when you're running off cellular data and you're doing it in that building. It's a miracle I had a signal at all. But 720p quality, not the best, but it's passable. And to give people a sense of what it was like to actually walk these halls, I feel like it did the trick.
I think is out just cruising around, which I don't blame him because we're cruising around. So we're going to take a look at this. So, Dane, what do you know? What do you know about this thing? What do you know?
I know that it is a Suzuki J20, which is like a precursor to the Jimny.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, guys. I think the paintwork looks amazing on this. I think that it looks like a really cool machine. But back at TRC, the HQ, right? We have Gabe Garcia there, who has been talking about this thing for, I don't know, 4-5 months or however long it's been a project. And he's like, guys, I'm putting this thing on a pedestal. And so when I came out here, I was fully expecting this thing to be on a pedestal, a spinning pedestal at that. And I realized that this is much smaller than I thought it was.
Oh, it's tiny.
I was, for some reason, expecting
It's samurai sized, man.
it to be like a monster truck. And here's size reference. Here we go. Oh, we have Robbie right over here. We'll see. Do you just want to say hi really quick to everybody at TRC? What's going on?
How's it going? Hey, thank you guys for wiping it down and keeping this thing looking awesome.
Dude, heck yeah, man, it looks great. I was just talking about how we obviously all watched it on YouTube, and size-wise, we're about the same height, right? I realized this is a very small machine.
It is so small.
It
It's
is cute.
The only way to describe this thing is it's just cute.
It is cute. It is cute, and yeah, it's got the motorcycle. It's got everything. That's all. I mean, it looks great. Did the guys do a good job yesterday?
Yes, no, they did an awesome job. I mean, you can't even tell it was dirty.
You sanded this thing a couple times, right? Couple times.
A couple hundred times.
Couple hundred times, right? And so does everybody like it so far?
There's been an awesome response. I mean, to see it in person, everybody's like, oh, wow. Well, now you know why it's sanded for like 1,000 hours.
It makes all the difference. It looks great. It looks great, especially with all these. It's intricate, right?
I'm hoping in a couple weeks I'll have fingerprints again.
Maybe. Well, sometimes they don't come back, right? It's great for committing murders. I didn't say anything.
To be fair, Robbie had a good sense of humor. We got to know him a little better by the time the show was over, but he's a good dude.
All right, so Robbie, we're going to keep cruising around the Central Hall, but thanks for...
Hey, thank you guys, and we appreciate the support we're getting from the Rad Company, and we look forward to the future.
Heck yeah, man.
Thanks,
All right,
Robbie.
we'll catch you around. Head this way.
We also have like no excuse not to do more stuff with them because they're literally just a few hours south of us in Utah. So I'm going to pull up his video, which if I find around the 2-minute mark-ish.
Listen, just look at that shine. Look at it. Such a good video. Okay, here we're parking right until SEMA was gonna allow until the in or not. All right, so we pulled right through off of the carpet, took that ivory soap, hurrying sealed up the leak, backed it up, and then the reflection artist showed up.
And you can see Juan over on the left there. You got Josh, who does customer service at TRC, who's also big into detailing. He's hanging out under the truck. And then you got Sydney, for the folks who know Sydney, over there working her magic in a wheel well. But it was Halloween, so that's why she was still wearing her costume. There are actually a lot of people in costumes walking around the show. I was pleasantly surprised at just how many weirdos came out in their costumes, so that was fun. It made the whole day a little bit more fun. Are we calling you guys reflection artists now? No, Dan. That was specifically the shirt that was on one of the guys for the guys from the Buff and Shine company, the pad company. they have the reflection artist stuff. That's all like Justin Lobato stuff. So that's where the reflection artist hashtag and all that stuff came from. That's not these guys. Although, to be fair to Robbie, he kind of mixed it up a little bit. But yeah, that's Buff and Shine specifically.
You got Sydney there in a tutu. It was Halloween. Don't make fun of her. She's really cool. Oh, we got the reflection artists from the Buff and Shine crew. What the reflection artists are is a bunch of guys that are professional detailers. They come together at SEMA and they go around and they take care of just minor imperfections. Now, this didn't necessarily need buffed, but they were just cleaning it up a little bit, wiping it down.
To be fair, the thing looked really good before they got their hands on it. However, what they did took it from like that last little bit of needing more, and it just popped. ADA or ARA? So you're associates of reflection artists. Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way.
We had the rag company come through clutch with an entire box of rags, the most premium rags on the market. Look at how this thing just glistened. Now we got a really cool B-roll shot, pulling back. There's the golden nugget, the hood. Oh my gosh. This thing just looked amazing. Oh, you got...
I love that random little just like sideways Suzuki badge on the hood. Like, it looks out of place, and yet at the same time, it makes perfect sense for it being there. It's just such a vintage thing that you just don't see on vehicles anymore. All Day Anthony of Associates of Reflection Artists. Oh my God.
You got Joe over there. There's the prismatic. Look at all those colors.
Those colors look nuts in person too. Like, there were some super cool ones.
Prismatic powders is super cool for having us here. Sydney's getting the bike all wiped down, getting those tires shined. So we're wrapping up
that bike was gnarly.
Day one here at SEMA. We're in the prismatic booth. We had a bunch of help out here today. The rag company sent over their entire detail team to get this thing looking top notch, wiping it down. We had the reflection artist demo team over here from Buff and Shine. They came out, they buffed a few little things, got this thing just looking sharp. Tomorrow morning, SEMA opens up. Everybody's gonna come in and they're gonna be able to see what we've done to the Golden Nugget. We can't thank the rag company enough for sending their team out, giving us all the rags to wipe this thing down, and all the chemicals from P&S and
oh God,
Buff
Dan,
and Shine
don't
crew.
say that.
Thank you guys. We cannot wait till tomorrow. But it turned out awesome. So we are headed back.
No, so far as I know. No, to me, Robbie looks like a young John C. Reilly, but without the facial hair. Like, if you just put John C. Reilly's facial hair on him and then aged him up like 15 or 20 years, he would just be John C. Reilly. There you go. Just in case you weren't aware of who John C. Reilly. You should be aware, but just in case you weren't. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Back to day two.
Way, Dane. All right. So
Anthony, apparently you're a little hot on the mic. You can actually hold it further away from your face.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah,
thing
right?
is, I get excited.
Oh, wait, hold on. We didn't look at this weird bike.
Oh, yeah, we gotta look at the bike, too. We gotta look at the bike.
Look at this monster. You're a motorcycle guy. What would
There's like, from best I can tell, there's zero suspension travel on that thing. I don't think there is any sort of suspension to speak of on that. I don't think it's breaking trails. I think it's breaking your nuts is what it's doing. That looks painful. It looks fun until you hit your first big rut, and then you're just praying to God that those tires are squishy enough that they're going to absorb the impact as well as the seat below you, because nothing else will.
What would you do with this?
I don't know, Dane.
I mean, there's a little bit of travel in the seat with some springs underneath, so I see it can kind of account for that stuff there. But Lord help you if those can't make enough travel to offset what is definitely going to happen to you.
I don't know. Ride it in a straight line, probably. On a sandy beach somewhere, kicking up and a little bit in between like that. So
I get you.
All right, so we're gonna move on, Dane. How's my levels now? Everybody checking in,
pretty
saying
good.
that
As long as you keep it a little further away from your face, the levels are good.
Well, out at the West Hall. So most of the detailing was kind of, I don't want to say, it was spread out, basically. It was spread out to its appropriate location.
Yeah.
So,
well, here's Savannah Littles and Juku Racing 350Z.
I remember seeing that in a number of like grid life
Koenig
videos
Wheels.
and
Thanks
stuff.
to our friends over at Koenig Wheels. Shout out to Scott. This thing does look awesome. Yeah, man, she just had to drive this thing. And it still, I mean, it looks really, really good, right?
It does.
It looks really, really good. So,
That car's
moving
been
on
through
here.
quite a few different variations.
Products this year. That's what I'm getting a question on.
So, Koch does have some new products, and we're going to be doing a live later on, probably.
Sabret. I kept thinking my brain was trying to autocorrect it to say sobriety, which does seem to be a common trait amongst like a certain subset of like the detailing community, just people who've like never drank before and never have any intent to, and that's fine. I just find it interesting that there's like a collection of people who found their way into that spot where it's just all sobriety. And then on the other end, you also have the heavy drinkers who are also part of the same community, but it's like they get along fine. It's just a interesting collection. Whereas in normal day-to-day life, you kind of don't really think about it that much. But I feel like I've noticed a higher percentage of people who just don't drink at all who are in the detailing community. I don't know what it says about the community, but it's an interesting trait that I've seen pop up.
On Instagram at Coach Kemi. I did not know that this was a whole. Did you know this was a whole sitting area day?
That's a huge ass food.
We're gonna go
court.
around. Gosh, oh, that's the Speed V is what this is.
Yeah, okay.
Or the Sportster GTs, but it has this kind of this. Cool
Yeah,
shape.
Dan. There's
Actually,
nothing
kind of
wrong
like
with
this.
that.
If this was.
If you don't feel like I fully acknowledge alcohol is poison. I still drink it from time to time just as something that's fun to have or whatever. But yeah, no, it's not really doing your body any good. So yeah, for the people who've never tried it and have zero interest in doing it, more power to you. That's totally fine. And I know nowadays there's definitely more movements towards kind of like a sober living kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's just interesting. That's all. I feel like I've just seen a higher percentage, whereas in my other jobs prior, it felt like pretty much everybody around me had at least, a few they were knocking back every night or every other night.
That's amazing. This is really nice, Dane. This is a really. All right, so moving on. We're
Bobby there and showed.
So Jimmy.
He was really busy though, so we only got a little bit of time.
So I really am. I'm the new.
There were quite a few 8.6s and BRZs. There's that famous Falcon Tires C6 Corvette they use for drifting as well.
Dane, here we go.
Oh, another.
We have Hondata over here. We have.
Si, senor.
Supertech,
The
the
detailing
S2000.
stuff is in the West Hall, for those wondering.
Yeah.
That's the hall we're in. This
Yeah,
is not
so-
the hall that we're currently in, though. We're currently in the Central Hall.
We are currently central inside
Yes.
here, and
This
so
is a-
Nice S2K.
Right on.
One more time. There we go.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Tony, I think that's definitely true. I can 100% confirm, Dane. Detailer industry folks so far have a few interesting buckets they fit in that are a bit outside the percentages of the normal population. Yeah, that's all I'm really saying with it is I feel like the percentage of people who fit a particular niche, whether it's like having never tried alcohol and have zero interest in doing it, or any other vices for that matter, and they're just like absolute clean living people who aren't really putting any sort of interest into that stuff, that's fine. I'm not making a value judgment on it. The judgment I'm making is that I find the collection of it, like the percentage of it, interesting as compared to the overall population of people out there. It just seems like in the detailing community, there's a higher percentage of that for whatever reason. I don't know if it just attracts a certain type of mindset or what, but there's got to be some sort of parallels going on that are not immediately clear. Yeah, none of it is like bad or weird. It's just interesting how many align along the same thing. Yeah, exactly, Tony. Exactly.
it's pretty congested inside here. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be completely honest. Especially over there in like kind of the main area, it was getting kind of crazy. So.
But the reason I bring that up is because, for example, when I was at my dinner at Tacos and Beer, which we absolutely love in Vegas, like that's one of the absolute best little spots. Sorry if I blow it up now for them, but super cool. That was one of the conversations I had when I had Ivan and Sylvie and Pan the Organizer and Matt from Obsessed Garage, all and Tommy. Like all those guys were just talking about how, yeah, I really don't have any interest in drinking. As a matter of fact, I've never had a drink, or I've never drank coffee, or I've never had tea. Although in like Ivan's case, he said he tried tea, but and then the reason the conversation came up was because Matt from Obsessed was talking about coffee makers and how even though it's not something he's obsessed with, he feels like it's something he may need to offer in the future in his destination OG type place where, yeah, he needs to offer some sort of like high-end coffee option for people. So he was asking me about coffee machines and stuff. It was pretty funny, honestly. Like I was enjoying that, but it brought up the conversation, and Pan said the same thing where they were all just like, yeah, no, not for me, just not something I do. Meanwhile, I'm over here drinking a beer, and the waiter at tacos and beer was so confused. It's just like, you're all drinking water. Like, this is called tacos and beer. You're having the tacos, but you're not having beer. Come on, guys. And like, I got it, but I'm not one to like peer pressure anybody about that. I made it clear, like, they appreciated that there didn't feel like there was pressure coming from me or, you know, anything like that. So it was totally fine. It was just kind of a funny, you know, thing to experience and looking around the table and just saying all the waters were soda, and that was about it at most. But yeah, Nick and I, at least we had ourselves some beers, so there's that. But they don't mind, like, if you're drinking in front of them. It's like they have just zero temptation. Like, it's not something that's for them. They don't care.
Everything performance, guys. I don't really know what else to say. The detailing space is a little bit more comfortable for us because we can talk to
And then you
pretty
get
much
them laughing at
everything
Mr.
that we
Two Bear Tony every time I
in
get a silly.
You know, in the paint world, the wrap world.
It's okay, Tony.
All the detailing
They're with
products,
you.
all the different suppliers, and of course all the accessories as well. Like, so for example, Viper Chairs is here today, or later today. A lot of the
Sitting.
Dan, do you see?
Oh no, Dan. Matt Mormon does not need caffeine. No, I don't think his brain would take the caffeine in a positive direction. It would probably just supercharge his already existing quirks, shall we say. So he would definitely just become like a hyper focused version of that.
Anything weird about this S chassis over here?
I mean, I could see you rocking a little Indy car.
What's that?
Little open wheel Indy car.
Yeah.
Or a bike, perhaps.
So do you notice the front end on that, and then you notice the back end on that?
You're throwing S15 front end.
Yeah.
Yeah. On an S13.
Man, you're not giving me any time to look at these things.
Sorry, Dave. Yeah, no, sorry. Don't go ahead and
I
check it
know.
out. Go ahead and check it out.
I was just going to give people
No,
a chance
yeah.
to kind of
I want to get out of the
examine a few
congestion
things.
there.
That
Oh
is
my
a
God, CJ
stretch
says you
bike.
need to go to Turbonetics and introduce yourself as the guy's neighbor.
Oh yeah. I don't think I actually.
That does not look comfortable.
Oh,
But I could go up to them and say I'm so and so's neighbor. Yeah.
that'd be fun. Oh my God, this thing is ridiculous.
That thing was nuts in person.
Not my personal style, but I
sit
can
on it?
appreciate the
Is
work.
it
Like,
yours?
I have
mean,
zero
you can't
desire
say I
to
can sit on
own
it.
a
This is
bike
yours.
like
Is
that.
that you?
But I can absolutely respect the amount of time and work that went into creating that. And that is very clearly art. For somebody, that is pure art. This guy was busy eating, but he's just like, yeah. Anthony was like, is this yours? And the guy's like, look at the picture.
Hey,
that
look,
is
look at his
you.
face, man.
Is that okay? Is it okay for them? Here, Dan, you want to hold that?
It's him.
Hold that. And then...
Yeah, sure.
Then he got to get on it, which is cool.
Anthony, gonna
I
sit
had
on
to tell him to
a
chill. He
monster
rage
bike
polished
here.
every
Wow.
surface of OGL, and he was trying so carefully not to let our stupid oversized name tags touch the bike. Whereas, honestly, I think that guy could give a shit about the paint quality on the bike outside of the fact that it just needs to look good from like 10 feet away. Now, on the other bike of his, I definitely can see he wants that looking nice. But on here, no.
Okay. That's pretty sweet, man. This is
Wow.
it's crazy how low these are, and it's insane. You're a big boy too, so I mean,
It's a heavy hitters bike.
yeah.
It's a grudge bike made for a big boy.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's on the rear? Is it like a 240?
No, it's got a 7-inch slick on the back.
7-inch slick? But what do you know the width of it is?
It's
like
7 inches.
7 inches. Okay.
I don't remember what that is in millimeters.
Yeah, man, this is nasty.
Close to a
It's pretty
240,
sweet.
maybe?
Probably not the most comfortable for a long ride through the mountains, right? But there's other bikes for that.
I don't think you're canyon carving with this, buddy.
No.
You stick to the drag strip and just beat everybody there. No, thank you.
No, thank you, man. That's awesome. All right.
Don't forget
so,
your Pepsi.
You know,
Oh man, no, that's sick. That is sick. Unfortunately, I got so much stuff in my pockets, I don't trust myself not scratching.
yeah,
it.
no,
I'm
Yeah,
not
he,
gonna
he
do
was
that.
telling me like,
Yeah,
oh, you
that
can
thing's-
get on
that
it
thing's
too.
badass.
He's just like, you're not bigger than me. You're fine. You can get on it too. And I'm like, I will accidentally break something. I do not want to be the person who set foot on that bike and then had it just like immediately keel over. Like, very kind of you to offer, sir, but I don't trust myself not to screw that up. Like, there are situations where I'll be confident and I can definitely handle, like, okay, touch the very expensive car, fine, wipe something down, totally fine. But in this case, yeah, no.
Yes, man. Is that bagged or is it?
Yeah,
Can,
what's the
can it raise
story?
up? It can raise up, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's on air.
You gotta hold the mic for him if
Yeah.
you're gonna talk.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about it? Oh, you're
Oh,
good.
yeah,
You're good.
I
You're good.
never
You're good.
takes
Call
a
right what
huge
he's
bite.
getting at.
You want to tell us anything about
Sorry.
it? He's still working on getting it back.
It's a custom Tombow bagger that we built in my shop in Oklahoma City. And it's got dirty air suspension on the front and back, so it raises up and down.
Yeah.
It's got the trash turbo unit on it.
Nice.
And the bike is totally, like I said, built at the shop in Oklahoma City.
Dude, badass. What kind of seats on that?
Oh, that's a Gator.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's nasty. That's sick. I like it a lot, dude. That's
The thing's just like flowing like a freaking wedding dress, just like down to the ground. It just kind of flows like water.
way cool, man. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you, sir.
We're open this type.
It's cool.
There's like,
What else we got?
We're company blue.
Yeah,
Dude.
Oh yeah,
that's a good
Superbird.
color, my
What, do you think we can talk Jeff into it, Dane? Sorry. This just slightly. Lasers, we're gonna
Nice
see.
RWB 997. Excuse me.
Somebody wanted to go through the Liqua Moly booth, so we did that.
Cool though, and
Stuff for no reason. Diesels.
no,
There's
USA walk away from that. I think S10 would love this too.
Oh yeah,
for
and
next
then it got
day
to see
Nate
a
as
super
well.
cool looking
Nate
S10
would
here.
love this.
Nate would love this too.
This thing was
Heck,
nasty.
Nate's truck is already halfway there.
And Jason Cantu, that sounds like a familiar name. I feel like I've heard of that guy before, but I don't know where. I mean, maybe it's just one of those familiar sounding names that I don't know him, but
Dude, yeah.
That is redonkulous though.
And that color pink was actually super cool in person too. Like it looked
That's
good. Those both look like the barrel at the end of a like just some kind of pistol or something.
Love it.
All right.
Like they had a little
so
sight on them.
one thing they did really well this year are all the restrooms. I think I mentioned that in yesterday's stream, but they've
That's all Anthony cares about.
added which is check this out, Dane.
Nice
R32.
No, this
So
was
Jimmy
a
has the
pretty
same set of
gnarly
wheels.
R32.
Paint looks amazing.
It
Yeah.
actually does.
It's a little micro marred, but it's not that big of a deal. It's mostly the color. Oh,
What's up with
it's
these
got the
taillights?
infinity taillights.
I was gonna say these taillights are crazy.
It's got the infinity taillights. They go on forever. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you know like the Lexus LC 500, on the rear of those have kind of a version of the infinity taillights. And not like infinity like the car, but like infinity like the concept, where they just keep going on and on and on. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see there. Basically, the Lexus LC 500 has these super sweet mirrored taillights that do this thing. And it just looks super cool. But yeah, they look good. Really, really good. All right, then back to it. Were the restrooms that good? Asked 71. So the thing about the bathrooms, the reason he keeps bringing it up, you got to understand when you're like us and you go to a number of shows, a number of locations, maybe you're on the road decent amount of the year, you start to take stock of, your surroundings, the places you frequent, and obviously the restrooms are something that you want to keep an eye on, because if you find yourself in a sketchy part, yeah, the bathrooms are probably going to be there to match. And on some of our trips, we definitely run into some places where you really wish you hadn't gone in there. You feel like you need a tetanus shot before you even set foot in, or worse. Feel like you might get rabies somehow. All kinds of terrible things. But yeah, no, when he's talking about the bathroom situations, it's always something that if they're nice, you get really excited about that, because you're just like, oh, thank God I'm not going to be like holding my nose or whatever. In the case of what Tony's saying here, the West Hall restrooms are fantastic, clean and new. Yeah, because it was only built like 2 years ago, a year ago. instant warm water out of the sink. Central Hall built in the 80s and felt it. Yuck. Yeah, so the reason Anthony brought it up in particular, though, maybe more so than just the fact that we travel a lot and we run into places, some have good, some have bad. When we were at SEMA in years past, before the West Hall existed, we were stuck out in what was called the Performance Pavilion, which was essentially just a enormous circus tent that they built outside of the halls to house a lot of the newer companies, a lot of the up-and-comers, a lot of stuff that just did not fit into the halls, the main halls, because that's where the more seniority, laden companies would be at. And that's where that stuff was. So when you're out in the tent, like we were, the Performance Pavilion, as it was known, they basically had a giant concert music festival collection worth of porta potties outside. And let me tell you, those honey buckets, they start off the week okay, but by the time it's over, you feel like you're stuck at Woodstock 99. It was kind of hell. So there's a reason Anthony was excited about it, and a lot of it had to do with past experiences near the end of the week being absolutely awful. That's putting it kind as possible, but it was terrible. Just, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Infinity taillights are sick though. The whole setup in that trunk
No,
is
this is
awesome
not the Toyo
looking.
Tire booth. This area is much.
You don't have the lights.
Look at all that carbon.
So much carbon.
They're knew it. So I guess coming from around here. So we'll go over check out.
Now that looks like a good time.
Yeah. In a Assetto Corsa.
Coney yellows.
So it's a Prada.
Praga.
What's it called? Yeah, it's a Prada. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
hey,
sweet.
Dino, you have a few years? Paint jobs are better.
For sure. In there. Could you?
So,
I
it's a
remember
little
getting into
snug.
that. You basically, when you get in,
This is wild.
versus Ferrari. This is 3 hours long.
Yeah.
As he does it of the show so far because we have to.
We've got to go to the Dodge
There's
booth.
so much that we haven't even experienced a 50th of what's going on here. Like not even like I had like an experience. We've been working the booth obviously, but I would say my favorite part, I think it's just seeing everybody, everybody in the detailing industry that we're so close with, because it's always like a family reunion, and that's always fun. I mean, we have
Pepsi, by the way.
see everybody, but so some McGuire's, the West Hall, yeah, but
And unless somebody moves, there's no space.
Super B,
Yep.
that's pretty cool. It's
I
a
want to
cool
go
color.
further back though. I'm really wondering if we'll see the new Charger thing concept.
This right here, Dane.
Oh, this is the new Hornet, based on the Alfa Romeo Tonale.
So
Or
there's
some
something
people
spinning
pronounce it
around.
toenail.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
God,
So
even,
there's something spinning around.
even in the super low res stream, you can see fingerprints all over that hood from people popping it, because I mean that little Hornet, that little crossover is actually supposed to have some real punch to it, so people were stoked about that.
That's it. Yeah. Okay, guys.
Supposed to be kind
Go
of a
take a
mixed
look
hybrid
at
setup, at least in the
Charger
higher
Bench
end one.
concept.
Honestly, it's cool for what it is. There it is. Finally got to see
We'll
it in
make our way
person.
up
I was really
front as
excited
we're
about
able.
this. Once again, I'm not a Dodge guy. I'm not a Mopar guy. I could take it or leave it. I'm not like a diehard Mopar, no car type of person at all. But when a company like them is introducing a new product, it's kind of a big deal, because they don't introduce new stuff that has a real future ahead of it very often at all. In the 90s, Chrysler and Dodge and them had some of the coolest concepts of any company out there. I mean, they made some amazing stuff, but how much of that saw the light of day? Not much. But in the case of this, you know they're going to be building some version of this somehow. They call it a concept, but I guarantee you this is very close to what they'll ultimately end up doing. How much of that stays the same, I can't tell you, but I, for one, certainly hope that you maintain having two doors and that hatchback. That hatchback is freaking awesome. Maintain a cool fastback roofline, but you still have the space afforded by a giant hatchback. So for a one car to do it all, that's definitely up there, especially if you have like an all-wheel drive variant where you can kick it into rear-wheel drive just for funsies. once in a while, you know?
I think it's loud enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mic wasn't picking up just how loud this damn thing was. And I'm like trying not to shake the phone on the gimbal, but it is totally.
Oh, that's their new Hurricane V6 or inline 6.
That is the inline 6 that they're going to use to replace the V8s. I know people are crying, you know, in Mopar land, knowing that their beloved 8s are going to be replaced with 6s. But, yeah, that's kind of the route it's going. Granted, it's a potent little engine, so it can definitely do a lot. I'm just curious to see what the long-term reliability is like. Should be cool to see though. We'll see what happens. I'm glad it's an inline 6 instead of a V6, so that's cool. And it's turbocharged, so you know it's got some juice for sure. But basically, it's an engine that would not be out of place in like, I mean, a Nissan GTR or something along those lines. Except now those have V6s instead of inline 6s, which to me is kind of a shame.
That's crazy.
That's cool to see it torture testing it.
Yeah.
Borla's making sounds for EVs now. Is that a joke? Or are they?
Yeah, is that true? Is Borla actually making sound kits for EVs now? Something that like matches a perceived RPM or something, and then just creates a sound to go along with it. I know there's like a Thor system or whatever. When we were in Germany, one of our guys we're friends with there, Dirk, he had a Thor unit from like an Audi or something installed on his V-Class Mercedes van, which was funny for sure. But yeah, I think so for the Mustang Mach-E. Interesting. Okay, that'll be very interesting to see. I wonder what it sounds like.
Really doing that?
Because I will say, like having heard like the sounds in person, they do sound very different than what I have heard online before. So yeah, online videos don't really do the sound justice in many cases.
Umberto, I don't know. Are they?
Let's look it up real quick, see what it sounds like. Okay. Hit spell. Okay. You're a Mach-E with Borla sound.
That's crazy to hear.
Shut it down! That sounds good. Can you see the speaker? Whoa.
Huh. That honestly sounded better than I expected. Interesting. Okay. So I feel like we're probably going to see some of that happening here and there, somehow, some way. The fun part is you can put that on vehicles that have no right sounding like they have a V8. That'll be the fun part. Put that onto like a Hyundai Ioniq 5N. Give that thing like, oh my god, if I could make like a turbo 5-cylinder sound so it sounds like an Audi Quattro like S1 back from the 80s, just rally car 5-cylinder sounds, that would be insane. That'd be awesome. I would love that. But yeah, that is the new SRT Charger Banshee EV. And in person, the roof line looked a lot better, in my opinion. It didn't look as awkward as I thought it looked in photos.
Shrill.
I don't think they're gonna
put this thing in person. I've been really curious to hear this thing in person because in videos it always came off a little shrill.
I don't think they're gonna.
But I'd be really curious if they did. I know they won't in this case, but
I don't think they can.
The lines on it look a lot better too in person. I gotta say, guys, like I was fairly complimentary on the lines of the body, but I thought that the roof line was a little strange because I had to make for the back passengers having headroom.
Yeah.
However, in person, I think it actually lines pretty nicely. And I'm not a Dodge guy, but it looks real good.
Yeah, if you had to have one car instead of like the R1T where it's like one vehicle to do it all, if you're fine not having the pickup truck bed and you just want one car that can do it all, this seems like an awfully good compromise in this package. I mean, essentially you get cool muscle car looks, you get, you know, sporty EV style acceleration handling, which I mean is saying like supercar acceleration potentially. But you end up with this thing that still has a giant hatchback, so you can still haul a bunch of shit. It's ideal, and with all-wheel drive. So if you live in an inclement weather type climate, you can handle that stuff no problem. You throw snow tires on it or whatever. Yeah, I mean on an EV, people are putting snow tires on EVs, right? They're not just keeping the low rolling resistance all seasons or whatever, because that seems like a bad idea. But yeah, no, if you're in an area where you're kind of pressed for space and everything, it seems like it makes sense to throw some good snow tires on there. I bet it'd be badass in the snow. But no, I would be open to owning one of those if the pricing was remotely reasonable, which I know it's going to be a lot of money because so far all the EVs out there are extremely expensive for what they are. But in order for this to work, it's going to have to be like Hellcat money or close to Hellcat money. If they're charging demon money for it, you're just, you have such a small percentage of people who can actually afford that. It ceases to be super reasonable. But that was the color swatch that they had down below there. That was an interesting thing to see. I move back a little bit. You can see the different colors they're going to have it available in.
And I actually have a color swatch, so I've already got that.
There I go, Dane. Good job. That purple down at the end, or is that a dark blue? It's hard to tell in this, but I'm a green guy. I love that green. That green is super cool.
Nobody wants to get in the way of anybody else.
I would probably get that dark green color if I'm honest. I think that would be super cool. It's kind of menacing and I don't know. It would look cool. That would be the first Dodge I have ever owned if I did that. But if you could fold those back seats down and that hatchback opens big enough, man, that's a tempting proposition. Throw in the all-wheel drive, the EV aspect, all that stuff. Like, I'd be very interested.
Could use some more fog, some more cowbell. It also looks like they put different wheels on it.
But yeah, see the roof line, like it looked weirder in pictures, but I felt like even in the stream, yeah, it kind of carries back a little bit, but it doesn't have the weird Porsche Panamera kind of clunkiness that I felt like the first gen Porsche Panamera clunkiness, humpback problem. I feel like it's more graceful here. I think they did a nicer job, and it especially does a good job of like terminating against the very sharp crease shape of the rear end. The hips on it. It just looks good. The haunches, they look good. So yeah, in a potential future universe where I owned one of these, I'd be open to it. All-wheel drive, high performance, EV, big hatchback, lots of space. Could still hoon around in it, have some fun. Put a goofy sound symposer generator thing on it. Maybe Borland makes something for that. Slap that in there. That could be cool. But I realize they have the Fratzog sound generator here on the Charger, at least on the concept. What they're going to do, though, is still up for whatever. They're figuring it out still. They know people had opinions about the first sound they tried, so they're still working on it. It sounds like it could literally change to anything, really. But I'll be curious to see what they do with that.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. So now we can move on. Here's the Hornet.
Some guy wiping it down with an unknown towel.
All right. Ooh, it is tight.
Like a small CUV though, man, you get a little hybrid version of one of those. That thing could haul ass too.
Yeah, so if you missed that, that's the new Charger concept. Basically what they're replacing the Charger and Challenger with, potentially. At least an EV version. Okay.
Oh, man,
Ooh,
yeah.
we do have to go look at the cars in the McGuire's booth,
Oh,
though,
yeah,
because they're always incredible,
Absolutely.
impeccable.
No, these are
well done.
These are some of the most, like, honestly.
This blue paint looks
Now, at the show, if you want to see the best paint of any vehicles at the show, you can usually count on the cars in the McGuire's booth to be among the very best. I mean, whether that says anything about McGuire's products themselves, but the guys who pick the cars that wind up in the Meg's booth, extremely, extremely talented. High quality. They know what they're looking for. And the diffuse lighting that they put above each vehicle in their booth always delivers. It looks amazing every time. So pay close attention to those light boxes above the vehicles. It just splashes this gorgeous light onto every vehicle, and it just looks wet every time you see them. It's amazing.
So, in the diffused light, I mean,
My
it looks
God.
amazing. So, yeah. I'm telling you, this diffused light, like, we need this in the TRC
These
studio.
lights in the booth are doing some real work here. This is amazing. Those wheels are incredible.
Dude.
Very orange interior.
Dane, do you like blue cars? Because I'm not like huge on blue cars.
No, but like blue, when it's a good blue.
When it's a good blue.
This and the Supra in our booth
Audi
both
blues
have
are
really
amazing.
good
Oh
blues.
yeah, yeah. Like the flake and all that. See, there's
I would
people
really
that have
love to
already
give this
touched
to
it.
my
though.
grandpa as a work truck. Oh boy. I don't know if it would survive long.
I mean, your load floor is already raised way up.
Oh, and then if that wasn't enough, dark blue paint, you got black paint looking just...
And that thing looks so good.
The only mark against it I'm seeing is some like stray dust and stuff.
So no, so a lot of the dust, I mean, honestly, it comes from the carpet. So
Yeah, when they lay down the carpet,
yeah,
a lot of that stuff
everything
happens on the
everything
carpet.
starts
true.
getting up.
When you're setting up your car in your booth and stuff, it is a big thing at SEMA to like try and time it so that you get your stuff out there, you get your stuff laid out, but you know that they're going to be throwing down the carpets between the time that you're allowed to drop the car off and when the actual show opens. So you have to come back, wipe down the cars, do all the cleaning after the carpets have been laid out, because the carpets kick up so much crap off of the floor and it just flies into the air. It's a whole thing. It's a pain, but it's just the order of events that they go in, and I haven't seen anything to change it. So yeah, no, there's a lot of stray dust on vehicles, and you'll notice it sometimes, and that's probably why. That dust probably wasn't there prior to the carpets being thrown down. Maybe it was, but in many cases it was not. So if you're wondering and you're walking around SEMA and you're like, man, some of these cars are really dusty, that has at least a little to do with it.
So,
Oh my God,
credit where
Dane.
credit's due. You can
Just a little
tell it's
behind the scenes
incredibly
for you.
clean underneath.
Yeah,
That is beastly.
yeah.
That's beautiful too.
Love the color on that.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right.
Okay.
Moving
You want
on.
to keep?
Oh, right behind you, Magnaflow here.
Yeah, we got
Check out what
Magnaflow
they
over
got
here.
with the new Z. Through the river of people here.
Yeah,
Okay.
So there's the Z right there,
yeah,
Dane.
this Z looks nice.
It looks. This color is beautiful too.
Don't move.
HREs.
Yeah, so that's the Street Hunter kit.
Yeah, to me, it's definitely an improvement over the prior
Both these
350 and
cars look
370Z.
amazing.
But
Ooh,
I
that-
can't
it's
with
just-
that
Yeah,
grill.
those
I just
close
can't.
calls. See,
I
this is what
change
happens
that
to
right
these
away.
guys.
So I'll be
Every
honest.
time.
So can
Had a body
Dane, come
colored
over here.
sports
I'm going to
car.
be honest with everybody for a quick second. So everybody thinks it's a great thing to have your car here at SEMA. I would never have one of my cars here at
Say-
SEMA. It is.
So I
It is.
just walked by.
Yeah, I would. What? Who did?
Oh, no, I thought I just walked past TJ there, but oh.
Oh, I don't know. I just would never have.
thinking back, I'm pretty sure I did walk right past TJ Miller, but he was heading off to do something else. I don't know. We've run into a lot of these different YouTubers and stuff, and most of them have been really cool. But every now and then you'll pass somebody and you'll be like, wait, is that? And if you're there, chances are it probably was that person you thought it was.
Car SEMA. Anyways, just because of
I
just
only
how
caught out of the corner of my eye, but I was like, wait, that kind of sounds and looks like, but it was too late.
So the reason why I say that is mainly, honestly, it's just because there's so many people, and I'm so meticulous about things that I know many of you guys are watching really meticulous about things. It's like if you come out to your car after the show's over, there's a scratch, there's a dent, or something like that, you'd be like, dang it. And people are walking pretty close to your
me,
stuff. I'm not gonna lie, like
here.
really, really close.
Whoa, Anthony, you walked right past the Civic.
I did. Oh my God, that is clean.
That looks nice.
Dude.
Yeah, I had to point that out
Oh,
for him.
crazy.
Yeah, no, that's wild, man. That's good. You can't really,
There's 10 NSXs swap K-Series successful so far.
Yeah, dude. That looks great, Dane.
Oh, Throttle built that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Man, okay, every time I try and get some video, it's just like, holy
Yeah,
cow,
no,
I'm
guys,
getting run
guys,
over,
we're
guys.
we're getting ran over.
This hall is
around here.
busy.
So, oh, that smells like marijuana now.
Sure is. I mean, it's kind of like
It's Vegas. It's
yeah,
everywhere.
it looks like that.
But it's not quite.
No, but this kind of looks like that one Maserati.
No, there's a guy in
You know what I'm
Idaho
talking
who
about?
has one of these.
Have you want that blue Maserati that I'm talking about that you can play in video games? It kind of looks like this.
Yeah, you're talking about the MC12.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Does that not look like this, or you think
It
this
looks a
more
little
Ford
like
GT?
it. It looks.
Yeah, he's talking about the MC12, specifically the Corsa. That hull was so much more of a mess than the West hull, too close together. Agreed, Tony. I mean, that's the way that hull has always been. I think they kind of like had stuff appear as they went along, and then it kind of became a game of like, oh boy, okay, we got a lot of stuff going on. But you know, they're trying to make it work, and they had to fill the space accordingly. He's talking about the. Yes. Maserati MC12 Corsa. Specifically the Corsa because that's the one with the wing and generally super low to the ground, super duper, yeah, you could see. Basically, they're super badass. But yeah, here's a standard MC12, so you know what that looks like. Now, styling-wise, some people like it, some people hate it. I don't think that it's hateable. I think that it's actually mostly a pretty looking car. I think proportionally it could be a little bit weird at some angles. I think that they are incredibly long, like ultra long vehicles, because basically it's like a long tail version of Ferrari Enzo. So you're essentially looking at a Ferrari Enzo in drag. It's essentially got, you know, extended sections off here and there, but you could tell it's an Enzo really when you look around the windows and the doors. That's where it's obviously an Enzo underneath. But MC12, super cool car in my opinion, but one of those really, really rare ones that you're really hard pressed to ever see in person in any situation. But yeah, when you look at the Corsa version, it definitely looks more so like the, you know, Factory 5 kit that they had that's kind of meant to be GT-esque, but with that big wing. Anyway, before I go too far down, this one is like doing a lot of walking around and stuff, but if you like, let me go ahead and hit one of the highlight reels and I'll go ahead and say if I've seen some of these cars or not. Let's do a... God, then there's some definite problem ones. All right. Well, they're going to be looking at trucks. Then we got cars here. Let's see what Shmi did. There we go.
Hi guys, I'm Shmee, hello and welcome back to the channel where you join me here in Las Vegas for SEMA 2022. It is that time to head in and go and check out the highlights, and there are a lot of different YouTubers and social media personalities who are showing their cars right here. We're going to go and see cars from the likes of TJ Hunt, Stradman, Amelia, you name it, plus a whole host of different hypercars through the various halls. The two Zenvos are here, there's a Sion Roadster, the
I had no idea there was another Zenvo at the show. That's crazy.
Apollo IE. There's also a Huayra, plenty more. So let's head straight on in here at SEMA 2022 and go and see what we can find. Right here in SEMA Central is TJ Hunt's Valeside RX-7, rebuilding the Fast and the Furious RX-7. But this is SEMA Central, right in the heart of all of the action between the various halls. Lots of the interviews and things take.
Yeah, so for perspective, this is not a hall at all. This is literally just the hallways between the halls. And that is why, even going hall by hall, I would never have been able to show you all the vehicles that are there at SEMA, because there are cars in the hallways, there are tons of cars outside of the buildings, there are tons of cars everywhere that you just would not be able to catch in a casual stroll. You would really have to work for it.
Place. This is the car, obviously, that's had its journey through TJ's video channel, seeing everything being rebuilt and then revealed in the new color with the green underglow to match.
So, chat, are we bringing back chrome wheels, or are those still dead? Because I'm not entirely sure if I'm into it or not. I know it's much more of a 90s and early 2000s thing, but I'm not about that chrome wheel lifestyle. Not for me.
In fact, here on the RX-7.
But if you are, more power to you. Just let me know,
package.
are you or aren't you?
Quite the exhaust on the back of it as well. I recognise this one, the General Lee from One Whistling Diesel. I filmed this car with Cody when I visited his property only a week or so ago. This is his 1,600 horsepower 1969 Charger with a smashed front windshield. Probably the only car at SEMA with broken front glass, which is kind of funny, but huge build, 1,600 horsepower, 316 speed, and of course on show here, it was just being loaded into the trailer when we saw it as part of the walk around of his workshop out there in Tennessee. But yeah, here it is in Las Vegas. Well, that stands out a mile away. DDE's McLaren 720 GTR. Seeing this car, it's been through quite the wars recently, but daily driven exotic 720, like the P1 GTR with this wing and those massive tailpipes sitting out the back. Hopefully film something in detail with this with Damon and Dave at some point, but sitting here alongside an SVJ, STO, what else do we have? F8 Tributo just behind. But the colours of this thing are truly outstanding. This is, of course, Ken Block's Unicorn Mustang, 1960s Mustang, running something like 1,400 horsepower.
Oh my god, that green De Tomaso Pantera in the background is sick. I should have looked at that. Man, clearly I missed out on some gems.
Horsepower that is featured in the Gymkhana series. Absolutely ridiculous.
Don't get me wrong,
Wide
the
body,
Unicorn is cool.
full, stripped out race car style. Not what you
that
expect
Pantera,
in
though.
this kind of thing. Hello again, old friend. This is the Zenvo TSRS that came to visit my garage, to visit the museum, that pushed me over the edge to purchase one, we could say. I drove it again, actually, at Hypercar Invitational out at Laguna Seca. It's been here in the US for a number of different events. One of the 10 TSRSs, and I believe one of 2 that are actually here at SEMA. This car in the metallic blue paint with the silver accent trim against the carbon fiber just looks immense. But of course, we want to create something a little bit different with mine, which is why we went so extreme with the Lila Perla purple with the lime green accents. But regardless, it's cool to see this thing again, see the attention that it's getting out here at the show. Now this is quite the project. This is Rob Dahm's RX-7 with the 4-rotor that was revealed here. 1,240 horsepower, 1,240 horsepower, complete custom everything. All-wheel drive system from the R35 GTR, full setup. And in fact, here's the man himself.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
All good?
Wonderful, wonderful. What do you think?
It's cool. Congrats.
Thank you very much. It's my attempt at like a random dude building like something in the homage of like a supercar like the Koenigsegg.
Yeah.
With a weird engine.
Well, 4-rotor, RX-7, all-wheel drive.
Yes.
Like, so how long? I mean, you've been working on these things for years.
Yeah, this thing, 7 years from like concept, executive summary to a full body.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Seriously impressive. Color links back, I know, to the
Is it just me, or does Rob Dahm always kind of look like you just swapped the hair to something else on Ben Schwartz? He always looked like Ben Schwartz to me. Okay, anyway, back to the topic at hand.
original look when you had it.
You know, concept, executive summary to just to show the color of his kind of an homage to the original. Because this is actually the last moment. This is the first moment you see this color, and the last moment because I'm going to a full carbon body.
Yeah.
So it'll be carbon.
That'll be cool. Awesome. Well, congrats.
Yes.
Impressive.
I've stopped here at the Anderson Composites booth because I previously had their front wings on my Focus RS. They make some awesome carbon fiber work, also for the GT500, but take a look at this, full carbon bodied C8.
Those wheels actually look super cool on that C8. I like those wheels.
Corvette. Entire carbon body, wide body, aggressive, archers, louvers.
Those wheels almost look like a modern interpretation of like the wheels on a Trans Am with a big fire chicken on the hood kind of thing. If you made them gold instead of silver around the edge, that would be cool.
Lowered. This thing is wild. Well, how about this for timing? We've got Chris Fix here with his E46 race car giving a live demonstration of changing the airbox to a crowd watching on. Feels like the videos have come into real life. Chris doing his thing, showing everyone with his E46. This is a car that we've seen on the channel before. This is Amelia's Corvette C8. It was about a year and a half ago that I stopped by in California and we filmed this car, a twin turbo version of the 8th generation Corvette. They had to do extensive work to get around all of the computer systems and the like to put out some big power, but they did. They got it out to the drag strip, made it the fastest 8th generation Corvette in the world, and it's here in the outside area at the Las Vegas Convention Center. This is McSnod's 765 LT Spider. Very nice color. BBS FIRs as well. Good compliment to that yellow.
I saw that green one and I had no idea who it belonged to or anything. I don't even know who McSnod is. I don't know. But the car itself, color drew me in immediately because I was just like, ooh, good choice.
Calipers, yellow interior details, one of 765 of the 765 LT Spiders. This is...
Yeah, Tony, it is very funny seeing like what cars actually manage to be inside versus outside and like what gets a pass and what doesn't. I think some of it is literally like strategic because they figure, oh, I want to be where people are going to be walking by this particular section. I want my car seen out there. Other people are just like, I just need my car in somewhere. I don't know where it's going to be. Just get me in somewhere.
Supercar Driven's Liberty Walk Lamborghini Huracan, just completed in time for SEMA, and alongside it is the latest generation Liberty Walk Aventador. Just look at this thing. Look at the shape of the wing. Very much LMP style, makes an SVJ almost look a little bit normal in comparison, you could say. Very wild pair of Lambos. Oh, and there's a 911 Turbo S right alongside. Here at Valvetronic Design Stand, we have Alex Choi's.
What are those wheels, Alex?
Audi RS6. Seen this car before in the magenta-y pink with the wheels. Obviously, Valvetronic Designs making the exhaust systems. Also on the M3 that we have just there, plus this car amongst others. This stands out. This is the TR Supercars Speed 12 Turbo. Effectively a car that TVR never actually really made. Not a single part on it from TVR. It looks wild and leery. And if I squeeze round towards the back, also another UK plate out here, which is kind of fun as well.
I mean, it still looks like a Speed 12, but it's just, yeah, a version that was never made. Yeah, I get that. But man, I saw that thing in 2019. You could see it in our 2019 video, especially see it running outside. That thing was badass when it started up. It sounded mean.
This Nissan Z belongs to Dustin Williams. He's just fitted a new set of raised wheels to it. It's on their stand here.
Literally nothing
Drove one
else.
of these for the first time on my last visit
Maybe
here in
lower.
the US and experienced quite how much the new Nissan Z actually offers you for the money. It's really quite impressive. Quick shout out to Superformance. I always hear good things about these, building the GT40s and the Cobras. But of course, with my slight bias towards Ford GTs, no surprise, I'd want to stop by to have a quick look at this, especially at this car, that really dark navy blue with the yellow accents. That's just awesome. This is another car that we know quite well, the Stradman's Lamborghini Aventador Coupe, which is undergoing a transformation in front of the eyes of the onlookers here at SEMA from its original orange paintwork into the new lime green wrap. Now, about 3 years ago, I actually joined James to ski behind this car in the snow in Utah. He was pulling me along. I was doing my best to ski behind it. Very fond memories of the fun we had out doing that. It's been through a number of different iterations over the years. One of the 2 Aventadors that he has, because he also has his Rosa Acanthus Pirelli Edition Aventador Roadster, which he cut and wide-bodied himself in his own warehouse and then painted and fully retrimmed as well. But cool to see this, which he sent out and is going to be driving back towards Utah. We might even be joining that drive, so watch this space. Alongside it, the Mustang Mach-E, low and actually sitting on rotiform wheels as well. And then this, the
Taco Bell.
Crazy Taco Bell 720S, clearly Senna GTR inspired. Look at the design around here, the flicks at the front, the hood, that massive spoiler out towards the back. I saw that very car at Triple F's event out in Columbus, Ohio earlier in the year, the Event 2, and it's now here on the stand in front of some of the others. Literally, as you can see, the wrap being installed in front of our eyes here at the show. There is a
It felt like the entire time I was watching Strad's Aventador get wrapped that it only kind of stayed in a permanent state of like Harlequin Gulf, different colors all over it. Like it just, I never saw it when it was done. Even at the end of the show, I felt like when I saw it, it was still multiple colors. But hey, whatever.
The bomb car here, we have the Jaguar XKR from Die Another Day in green, missiles at the front, everything else as it was per the movie. This is one of the weirdest cars at the show. New BMW M4, except you've noticed what's a little bit different about this. It's a pickup. They've put in a flatbed instead of the coupe rear of an M4.
Oh yeah, that is definitely chromed PPF. Like that stuff is, oof. Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy that. It makes sense though. I mean, with PPF, it's got to be stronger than a standard wrap. But oh boy, that's impressive that it can look so much like a wrap.
And it happens to be this chrome blue as well. That's actually
chrome blue
a lot of work.
Crazy.
That's really quite impressive. So gone are your back seats and your normal trunk space. In its place a pickup. There's something actually really cool about that. The Ute style that they've created with this, based on the new generation M cars of the M3 and M4 with the often discussed kidney grills. I'm just
can't not talk about the grill.
Taking a moment actually to take this in. That's not the car that I was expecting to see out here at SEMA. Just come and take a look at it from the back as well. Get the full angle of that. What on earth? I'm lost for words. Who doesn't love neon lighting? I would absolutely love to have some of these things in the garage, all officially licensed. Ford authorized service, the Shelby GT500 front end. We've actually got the Shelby. Now here we have one of the.
What's funny is a lot of these supercars and hypercars that he's looking at were in the West Hall with us. Like all that stuff was just over there. Scion, the Apollo, Strad's Aventador, all that stuff. We're over in the West Hall, the new hall, and the Ute with the chrome PPF. Very cool.
Standout cars of the SEMA show, the Lamborghini Sian Roadster. They only made 19 Sian Roadsters alongside the 63 Sian Coupes with the removable roof panels on the Aventador completely removed for this, permanently open Barchetta. But it's the paint work on this car.
No,
the paint
was
fade, and Lamborghini were very careful to
on
make sure
that.
that all of the Sians have a completely different look. This entire rear section is this tinted dark greeny turquoise carbon fibre, which then fades through to the bright, vibrant turquoise metallic paint at the front, all complemented with the golden accents that you can see around, of course, the wheels as well, and the colour scheme also brought onto the interior with some of the details on the central tunnel,
it
the
looked
stitching,
amazing
piping
in person.
you can see around as well. This is Lamborghini's first
If not
hybrid
a little busy,
hypercar,
but
6.5
still
litre naturally
super
aspirated
cool.
V12 combined with the supercapacitor, just over 800 horsepower, and it looks absolutely incredible. One of the highlights here at SEMA for sure, and it's part of a very special collection. In fact, last year I filmed the owner's Bugatti Divo out here, and previously I filmed the Vision Gran Turismo and a number of other cars from the collection as well. But this is so cool to see here at SEMA. This Traxxas remote control car could go over 100 miles per hour faster than actual cars. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. 100 plus miles an hour, all-wheel drive.
That seems
$750.
unsafe.
I'm actually quite tempted by.
You imagine this thing flying and snapping your shins at 99 miles an hour straight into your ankle or your shins or something like that. My God, that would hurt so bad.
One of those. The hypercar fun continues with this Pagani
Now here's
Huayra
Glossy Boost, since you were
Roadster
asking
BC,
earlier.
one
This
of
is the
40
Huayra that was in
Roadster
there.
BCs. Navy blue exposed carbon throughout the bodywork, the black exposed carbon with the red pinstriping details and the exposed blue sections for that stripe down the center of it. We've got the VinWiki stripe because Ed Bolian was doing some of his meetups over here as well. But the Roadster BC I drove for the first time recently. We've got the snorkel here, the carbon roof panel, the Targa roof panel that you can lift off is in place as well, and obviously all of the artwork and beauty that you have with the design of a Pagani in one of the final models really of the Huayra before the arrival of Utopia. It wouldn't be a SEMA show without a car on the
There
Rad
it
Company
is.
stand from Freddie Tavares. It wouldn't be a SEMA show without a car on the Rad Company stand from Freddie Tavares. This is his Mark IV Supra, which I think I've actually seen previously when I visited his Wrench Everyday HQ over in Florida. Finished now in the blue paintwork with the
Beautiful
contrast
blue in
interior.
person.
Really gonna like that.
And the color contrast of the interior, I love that it kind of like woke it up a little bit. It was a little brighter, a little more interesting. Yeah, no, I'm glad Shmi picked up on the fact that, yes, that is a thing now that we're having Freddy's cars in our booth all the time. But it's not the Ferrari this year, but I think the Mark IV Supra was a good choice. Nobody was mad to see a Supra. As a matter of fact, I got so sick of hearing the, "Is that a Supra?" joke so many times. Everybody thought they were the frickin' God's gift to comedians when they walk by and they'd be like, "Huh?" Every time, just like wipe your glasses. Yeah, whole thing. So that was fun. But I will say, like, it was cool because our booth is mostly black with some blue accents here and there, and the car was this really rich blue. Oh yeah, 71. Freddie goes home with TRC goodies. We filled up the back hatch of the Supra with boatloads of towels and things, so he's got a bunch to take home with him. He still has some left over from when Anthony and I went and worked on his Continental GT. But no, we're thinking of going down to Florida sometime this coming year and trying to do some more work with him because it's been a while and we all love hanging out with each other. Freddie's super cool. So yeah, do some Tavarish video with him. Potentially, if not, do some stuff for our own channel. I think that'd be super cool. But I'd really look forward to getting down there and just working on some cars with him. I think that'd be super fun because it was fun the last time. But yeah, no, nice to see. But it was funny. What I was saying was the car was like this really super rich, deep blue that looked gorgeous in person, but it made it kind of like stealthy. It's kind of like when they talk about like dogs at the shelter and like, oh, people are going to go adopt a pet from the shelter. And oh no, look at the black dogs. They get overlooked because everybody goes and grabs like a golden retriever or something like that. The poor black labs or something get overlooked. And it's a case like that where it's a dark colored car and people just walk right past it. But then suddenly they go, Supra. And they just immediately latch onto it and they come by and start checking it out. On the last day, we popped the hood so people could see it's actually been worked on underneath. It was pretty cool. I will say, since I'm stopped here on the interior, all this interior was done by E3 Customs, the same people who did the work on Freddie's Fast 8 Lamborghini Murcielago. But in this case, he told me the one thing he wasn't super happy with, they just had to find something that fit, was the shift knob. Just the shift knob on there, not really, it looks a little out of place. Compared to everything else in there, it looks a little out of place. And that's because he just had to grab a shift knob that they had handy at the last minute that could work on there fine. But given, the opportunity, he said he'd put something that was more fitting in there. I could see something that ends up being like a color match more to the seats, or something that's like a two-tone gray and black, kind of matches the Alcantara and the black plastic. Something like that would look a lot more at home in there. But yeah, no, the last day we filled that thing up, whole hatch just stuffed with TRC towels and other stuff. So yeah, he got to take a lot of stuff home.
Looks the blue. When I visited his Wrench Every Wouldn't be a SEMA show without a car on the Rag Company stand from Freddie Tavares. This is his Mark IV Supra, which I think I've actually seen previously when I visited his Wrench Everyday HQ over in Florida. Finished now in the blue paintwork with the contrast interior. Really gonna like that. Looks very, very clean. Top effort of bringing this back, restoring full glory out of it, as he always does with his different projects. There is an Apollo IE here. This is from Hyper NFT in California, one of the 10 Apollo IEs in total. I drove one for the first time recently, actually, at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium with my friend
Hey,
Shin
Tonsors, thank you. That's super awesome. I appreciate it.
Totally bonkers in its design. And
Thanks
this
for
car
the
in the
sub.
full exposed carbon has the contrast with the gloss sections over the top and the satin sections around the bottom at the front.
That
The
is
design
interesting,
very
seeing
much
the satin
inspired by
versus the
insects,
gloss.
the shape of various different things. You've got the seat pads directly into the carbon fibre tub. You've got a naturally aspirated V12 right behind you. You've got this massive wing with the shop.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the car would look cooler, in my personal opinion, if it had some actual color involved other than just a bright friggin' red interior, but, you know, you do the best you can with these things. For example, my version I have in Forza is, well, it's painted like the Batmobile now that I realize it, but before that it was purple, and purple looked cool. On something with that many wild angles, that amazing exhaust,
The exhaust
so
system.
cool.
You've got this diffuser hanging low and mean out here as well. The open areas, the exposed style of it all. It's one of only 10 in the world, and awesome to see it here at the show. This Nissan Frontier, which is literally here on the Nissan stand itself, belongs to Christina Roki, who you might know from TikTok. She's got a few million followers sharing videos over on there. It is noticeably lower and wider than a standard car, and of course is wrapped. And she has been known to wrap a lot of her cars on her own. Fair play, credit where credit is due for doing that. And maybe she's even done this one herself as well.
That's
I'm not
not
entirely
easy.
sure. But very, very cool to have your own car on the official manufacturer stand here at SEMA. So fair play to Christina for that. This is another car that we have seen previously on the channel, Alex Choi's Unicorn. This is V4.2, completed this year.
I walked right past that car not realizing that it was Alex Choi's. You know, when I think Alex Choi, I'm expecting it to have the frickin' exoskeleton shit, although that was a few versions ago, so I guess, fair play to me. I wasn't right on that. But yeah, no, he's definitely done some pretty wild stuff on those. Let's see what else we got. We've got another bunch of, oh, okay, yeah. So these are all also in the West Hall. So these are all just right next to where we were.
Team there. If I come round, past a quick sneak peek of what's
Heck yeah,
under
buddy.
the hood, we also have
A pink F40.
Ferrari F40.
Not a kit car,
yes,
a real F40.
A baby pink F40 is on the stand here at an Ozatec. Look at that. I mean, if it was painted, that would be pretty out there. It is,
that'd be
it is
ballsy.
still pretty out there, to be completely honest. Certainly would ruffle some feathers, I'm sure, attract quite the attention. The red seats, especially against the pink on the exterior. That is, to be honest, a little bit crazy to see. Then look at that flip chameleon colour, and look at the wheels. Kind of like the turbine wheels
Those are
that you get
interesting.
on the SLRs, Mercedes McLaren SLR. Wide body kit on here, and full on fighter jet style exhaust tailpipes.
Those exhausts
from
are
AGX,
insane
Avant-Garde
looking.
Exotics, out in California. Stopped by with the team there a few times in the past as well. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. That is an extreme event door. I have tracked down the other of the two Zenvo TSRSs
Also
that's out
in the
here. This
same
one, of
hall
course,
as
the white
us.
car that I filmed when it was at Topaz quite a while back, over 2 years ago now. But this car in the pearlescent white paintwork with the exposed navy carbon, the royal blue pinstripe accents and details that you see throughout. A very, very cool thing inside. It was really taking a proper look around this that got me started on considering the idea and focusing on the car a little bit more. So nice to see this as well after seeing it last, also at Laguna Seca a couple of months back. Tech Art are here at SEMA, their first time actually at the show in over a decade, presenting the GT
I'm going to go to the more
Street
notable
R
ones I can think
convertible.
of here.
Now I took a look. Bet you didn't expect to see one of these here, a
yeah.
Batmobile Tumbler.
The Tumbler was definitely impressive to see in person. That thing looked the part like crazy in person. It was slightly smaller than you imagined the Tumbler would be. But when you look inside the cockpit of that thing, the interior was insane.
This is from Alex.
So
Lambo
many
Jesus.
screens
We're
and
actually just
stuff.
catching up to have a chat about this crazy contraption that he has had put together. Quite different from the Lamborghinis he's more normally known for, but quite literally Batman's car right here, the Tumbler. Come and have a better look, in fact, because there's a whole lot going on in here
Yeah,
with all of the
there you
screens
go.
and displays and everything. A massive central tunnel, but built over its own chassis and setup by some guys in the know from the movie industry. So yes, I didn't think I was going to be filming Batman's car today, but here we have it, the Batmobile Tumbler. This has caught my eye. Here at SEMA Battle of the Builders, what at first glance is a 300 SL Gullwing, up close is really quite different. I believe this is based on an SLK, but of course with the body and styling of the iconic Gullwing. Up front, we have a V8, for sure, an AMG V8. We've got the little plaque here, S Club LA 300 SL. Not too much information. Beautiful paintwork and the bright orange contrast.
I mean, the
against
detail
that,
work
yes.
on it was
Few more
impressive.
giveaways
The
in
color
there
combo,
of what
I'm
it's
a
actually
little
based on.
torn on.
The
I'm
wide
not sure I would
arches,
get that.
The luggage briefcase.
I don't know
all
if
the
I
way
care
in
for
the
the
back.
wheels on it
Tasting
necessarily,
there.
but the leather work was really impressive. Like, regardless of what you think of the color contrast, the work on the actual vehicle was very well done.
Filled with money, because why not? This is actually really cool, obviously resto mod style, and you can see drawing quite the crowd around it. Look at that carbon fiber splitter, but with the styling of a 300 SL. In theory, I shouldn't like this, but I love it. The color certainly does quite.
For me, it was the wheels I didn't like. I liked most everything else. I didn't quite like the chromish surround on the strakes on the vent on the side there. I didn't care for those, but I was fine with the wide body, and if it had had different wheels, I think I would have liked it a little more.
That's a lot for me. That's awesome. Yeah, that stands out a lot. This is one of the stars of the show.
This thing
a
was
hot rod
amazing.
F1 crossover. Look at this. Look at the slicks, the brake cooling ducts, the engine with the pumpkins popping out the
Velocity
top.
stacks.
Side exhaust. This is one of the standout cars at
That
this
thing
year's
was so
SEMA
cool.
in the Battle of the Builds segment. Look at that.
It felt like somebody had looked back at the old Ford. Yeah, no, more of an Indy car. When I saw the Goodyear, I was like, those are not F1 tires. No, what this reminds me of is the Ford Indigo concept, but like a truck version. Remember the Ford Indigo from the early 90s? For anybody who played Need for Speed 2, you'll remember this car. Yeah. Basically, the Ford Indigo concept. It was a very cool little car. I remember back in the day. That was very 90s, but same time, just a product of its time. Anyway, back to it.
That's some serious effort to put this together. This Integra belongs to Sarah Choi. She's created the design for it, sponsored by Acura. Put all of this together. A quick stop right here.
And I'm just breezing right past that because right now there is no performance variant of the Integra, and so we're all falling asleep already.
At the CTEC stand, who are of course supporters of the Schmuseum. I rely upon CTEC smart chargers for all of the Schmemobiles. And this, by the way,
CTEC
you
smart
might
charger
recognize,
from
is
a
one of the
Jag.
Eleanors from the Gone in 60 Seconds movie, one of the original hero cars used in the production of the movie. There have been many
all
replicas
remember
since.
that car.
This is one of the last surviving actual show cars. It's sitting also on top of the Fire and Gold show car pad. I've met the team from Fire and Gold before as well. In fact, we parked my
Interesting. I've
Senna
never heard
on
of the
top
Fire
one
and Gold
at
show
one
pad,
point.
but that does
and
look
of course,
cool.
this is relying upon a CTEC charger.
Should look into getting that for the booth, actually. That'd be kind of a cool way to help highlight the car in the booth.
To ensure the battery is kept in good health.
What do those cost, I wonder? We're about to find out. Okay. So it's probably really expensive based on the fact that I can't get information about it without giving them my information. Okay, everything is about getting your info as opposed to just telling you what it is. Man, maybe this Forbes article will tell me. The fact that it's in a Forbes publication tells me it's also probably really expensive. Exactly. Yeah, when you have to ask for a quote, it's a lot. Disable my ad blocker. Wow, there's no winning here. Let's just go An alarm system all in one? No. Let's hear it. What do we got? Somebody's got to have the price. Somebody must know. Somebody knows something. Okay, that picture makes it look sick. Click ship shopping at the top. Ooh, should have done that. This feels like the kind of article that'll say. I really like this concept, though. I think this looks super cool. I love the underlit style. But I'm sure it's going to be obscenely expensive. Pad or FG1 garage. Oh my god, you can get like a whole... Oof. Damn it, they got me again. Price on request. You really do be like that, though. Okay, so shopping at the top. Sup cookies. Corn gold. The most frequently asked question of all should be, what does it cost? I hate when people do this stuff. I know it's an effective tactic to get someone to communicate with you, but geez, dude, just let us know. All right. Anyway, I've gone down that rabbit hole about as far as I'm willing to go right now, but I do think they look super cool. Wow, that little garage booth thing is sick, though. Yeah, those are rich people toys. Anyway, moving along.
As I will always recommend for
but
these
it looked
cars,
good
I
in
was
person
using
too, because I did
T-Tech
look at that car
long
when I
before
was
working
there at the
officially
show,
with
and I
the
did
team.
notice.
What a cool thing
I liked the pad that it was on.
Here. One day, I would love to add a Mustang of this era to the collection. That is very, very special. I'm taking a look at this as we get towards the end of the day, because this is actually owned by Kevin Hart. He was here to unveil it. 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner, nicknamed Michael Myers. All of the information and details down there, built by Salvaggio Design, resto mod, if you will.
I did not know that was Kevin Hart's card that he revealed at the show. Myself and Anthony were just walking around and going, God, this thing looks gorgeous, but not even realizing. I remember Kevin Hart was at the show and he was basically like hiding in a hoodie, though. He just like put the hoodie on, just walked around, and nobody really noticed him until he took it off, and then they're like, oh shit, it's Kevin Hart. But yeah.
On the 1960s Roadrunner, carbon fiber hood, massive power, awesome to see. Here in the Toyo Tread Pass, check this out, the 300 SLs continue going, and the Speedster as well, and plenty of other builds and cars. That's been getting a whole lot of attention, as you would imagine.
Yeah, that one I was
try and
about.
Sneak down this way, because I want to point out this RX-7 with a V12. Yes,
yeah.
A 12-cylinder engine in there. SL73 engine, I believe, in fact. The engine that you find in a Pagani Zonda, squeezed into an RX-7. Yes, they actually did that. This is B is for Builds R34/R35. Effectively, Chris took a wrecked R35 GTR and rebuilt it into an R34 on the R35 chassis. You would never realize that.
No, outside walking around, the proportions looked totally fine. It looked like an R34, as I've seen a number of them in person before, and it really didn't look out of place. Now, maybe to the more trained eye, there was something that threw it off, but for me, it wasn't until I looked inside and I saw the interior and I went, wait a second, that's an R35 GTR interior. What the hell? And then it all started to click.
This wasn't an R34 at first glance. Full upgrades with the carbon fiber boot lid, trunk lid, and the spoiler at the back. But yeah, underneath, this is an R35. This is not an R34. He has a reputation for some very out there projects, and this is certainly a perfect example of making that happen. Full carbon for the bonnet, for the hood up front as well, and of course the iconic purple paintwork to complement that. So yes, R34, R35, or as he codenames it, R69. Complete mashup, but what a result. Well, check out this little lineup of cars. SF90 with wide body carbon louvers, lower splitter, full carbon bodied event door, complete exposed carbon fiber
that
throughout
Cullinan looks
on the event door.
ridiculous.
Next to that, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, similar treatment. Very, very big wheels, carbon fiber bodywork. Then we have the Ferrari
I'll
F8
pass.
Spider,
Thanks.
again, with a little bit of a difference. Look at how wide this thing is. Look at how much it cuts in.
Or 69 for the win,
towards
that's
the rear
right.
arches. Then we have the McLaren 720S. Similar theory again with the bodywork and design on this. Look at the spoiler around towards the back. Those are some of the most out there tuning projects I have ever seen, especially
there we go.
on
Come
this,
on.
the yellow paintwork
The rest of
with
mod
the yellow
Audi.
interior. What a
Quattro.
stand. The 5 cars
Next.
there. That's something to behold. This is another of Ken Block's cars
Love
that is
this.
here. We have his Turbo Monster, which is a
Yeah, 71 for real. Worst spec. I was not about it. That felt like some like Mansory rejects.
replica 730 horsepower Audi Sport Quattro. This is our second car from TJ Hunt, the Street Hunter Nissan Z. First time completely redesigning the bumpers on a car. The Z here, as you can see, with a totally new look to it after
Hold
presenting
up.
a number of street.
That are you what? No, but that's a. I'm looking at it going, that's a BRZ, and he's saying it's a what?
Hunter cars before in the past. In fact, I'm going to try and squeeze.
I need to
down
see the rest of the
sides,
body
kind
lines
show you
to see
from
the
back
rest.
of this as well, with the massive wing mounted on the.
Yeah, no, that's a BRZ. That's not a Nissan Z. That's a BRZ. I was gonna say, oh no, you got to be wrong because there's no way that's a. My brain wouldn't allow it.
Boot lid, the ducktail just below that, and of course the design here as well. Really cool. The TJ and the Street, the ducktail.
But he
I'm
said
gonna show you
Nissan
from Street
Z,
Hunter car.
right? Or did he
the
say
Z here is
BRZ?
Nissan Z First Pro. This is our second car from TJ Hunt, the Street Hunter Nissan Z First.
See? Maybe he's referring over to the left there, the Street Hunter Nissan Z. But this right here, no. This is a BRZ.
This time completely redesigning the bumpers on a car that's well, really. And the car that we drove with all the way from Toronto to Miami on the Gumball 3000, but now in a new look, although I will never forget how much the sound out of this thing completely destroyed eardrums throughout that drive.
Oh, I
The
believe
livery
it.
has been changed though, a new look for the SVJ for Damon and Dave, in a car that is completely synonymous with the DDE channel, and awesome to see as well here alongside some other very special things on the AL13 wheel stand. More from Mr.
Those
Block
look
in the form of the Huna Pegasus, which was built to head to Pikes Peak, the world's most famous hill climb, a car that very much pays tribute to the legendary Pink Pig Porsche race cars. Look at this thing. Obviously retro
that
meets
thing is
insane amounts of
sick.
power, meets, well, it's a wing really that happens to come with a
Hill
car,
climb
obviously, as
car,
opposed
man.
to a wing on the back of a car. Look at this thing, look at the size of the splitter at the front, the aero, the wide body setup.
Remember the Suzuki Escudo? Yeah, you want to talk about a car with a chin. If you remember Gran Turismo, you probably remember this car. Definitely. But that's what I'm immediately reminded of anytime I see any kind of hill climb car. It's just monster, humongous, enormous front splitter, and then an enormous spoiler on the back.
The livery and design, obviously Ken Block and the Hoonigan team always creating some pretty out there things, and this absolutely part of all of that. With the Las Vegas sunset, I have got to point out this truck that is running on tracks. Yeah, as you do. Look at the
There were quite a
underpinnings
few of
that.
those. That was far from
You
the
get pretty
only
much
one.
anywhere out in the wilderness, out in the snow. That girl with the big truck. Quite literally. This McLaren P1 is actually wrapped. It's a new wrap from Innositec, which is very reminiscent of the Colour Stream paint jobs from MSO, McLaren Special Operations. In fact, it reminds me of one in the UK in Pacific Colour Stream with all of these purples and blues. But come and have a look as we catch the light on it. Look at the goldy orange colours that start to come through on this particular car. One of 375 McLaren P1s sitting down in race mode with that wing extended.
No, the P1 is one of my all-time favorites for design. I realize to some people all McLarens look the same, but to me the P1 was like the best execution of the McLaren design language from that era. Like it does it so perfectly. It's kind of organic, got the alien life form tail light bar, all that stuff, but I just absolutely love the P1 design. I don't care for the busyness of some of the later designs and stuff, although I actually do particularly enjoy the 720 even though that one is kind of like a busy design or whatever. The 540s are kind of mad at me, and the other ones like that. But the P1, that to me is just such a good looking, clean design while being that flowing organic shape. I just love it. So yeah, I mean, some of the other guys were like, oh man, the P1 just looks like any other McLaren. But to me, I could tell the difference, and I knew it when I saw it, and I immediately pointed it out to the guys when they were just walking by, and I was like, hold up, because, to a lot of people, it just looks like another McLaren after a while. I know it sounds funny to say that, but when you're in the circles, like, not to brag, but when you're in the circles that we are, and you run across a lot of these nicer cars, you do get kind of tired of seeing, like, entry level new supercars and stuff, because they're not a dime a dozen, but they're just not exciting because you see so many of them. I mean, it's kind of like, okay, a Ferrari California is a Ferrari, but you're not getting excited about it, right? But I kind of feel the same way when I see certain cars like that. And yeah, to the majority of the McLarens and stuff out there, so many of them you feel like you see, after a while, it just kind of loses that special factor. But a P1, you don't see many P1s. So to me, that remains a special one to me. And I feel like it's the pinnacle of their design from that time period. But the whole thing I loved about it at the show was you got this P1 and then you got it right next to a slammed 4Runner. There really aren't many car shows where you're going to get that just massive, massive shift from one vehicle to the next, let alone parked outdoors. So yeah, that was kind of a fun one to see.
That bowl that it has over the rear deck, BBS wheels on it also.
So Natasha would definitely spice things up at SEMA.
Yeah, that I filmed recently out in California as well, where you get all of these different colours, even the greens as we come around towards the front as well. But no, that is a new wrap from Inozatec. Well, I'm a little bit too late to catch the Hennessy Venom F5, which has now been popped under the cover here for the end of the day. The sun is starting to set here in Las Vegas, but what an extraordinary SEMA. We've seen a whole lot of epic cars from names that you know, plus all of the hypercars, the likes of the Huayra Roadster BC, the Apollo IE, the Sion Roadster, the two Zenvos, the Ford GT. There was actually another Ford GT. LZ was all it's been.
Man, okay, so we saw all that. Basically, it was just a chance to take a peek at some of the cars in a faster fashion. But, this is the one where I literally had to walk around with Anthony with no mic because Anthony lost my mic that I had with him. It popped out of his pocket on the South Hall floor. And we just had no way of getting it back. Anyway, I'm going to cut through here a little bit. We check out, obviously, this guy, which you saw in some of the other stream. And, of course, with the quality being lower, it's not exactly gonna knock your socks off.
Yeah,
we walked up to the Lexus and Toyota
electric
booths.
Lexus supercar concept, potential LFA successor.
Well, Dane,
right here.
Let's go see it. Oh wow, that's cool.
Pretty gnarly looking.
Where it caught me off guard, though, was the rear. Seeing the rear, it definitely was like, wait, what?
What do you think, Dane?
I like it. Clean lines, more simple.
So the hood, the hood clamps don't really make any sense to me. I don't really know what those are doing.
Yeah, that
there.
part's a little weird.
Yeah, no, I had like these really standard looking like Pep Boys hood clamps that were just built into the hood. They looked kind of out of place because you're thinking, well, okay, this is definitely concept car stuff. This is not something that would ever find its way into a final production model. It just sort of felt like they needed a way to be able to open like a clamshell hood or something. So they just slapped these bad boys on there. But I was looking for the shut lines, and honestly, I had a hard time finding anything that looked like one.
I just love what was better. Sorry.
But it got real weird near the back.
Wow, that rear end does something funny. Wow.
It was so strange.
That was not what I was expecting in the rear.
No.
It almost has like a classic 1930s or 40s super high-end car design from that time period where it just kind of droops off. I mean, kind of like a Mercedes CLS kind of thing where it's like, it's got a sloping roofline, but it just kind of like sinks into the back. It's very interesting.
No, it like droops. It's almost like a Mercedes CLS or something.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
it just
like I said.
at the back.
It's like your BMW Z3, Dane.
It's like, what's going
Not
on
like
here?
a
These
Z3,
taillights
no.
are crazy.
Z3 roofline does not do that.
Guys, I don't know if you can see the detail in these
Dane,
things.
those taillights stress me out.
Oh no, those taillights look like they're gonna hurt you. It looks like somebody who works in a barber shop who has a bunch of like razor blades on a Swiss Army knife style switcher, and they're all just at various states of being fanned out. It's kind of.
Too many detail factory brushes. You're
It
gonna
looks
need
like
to
a
get in
weapon,
there.
man.
Wow. That's some work, though. Oof. Yeah, and they got the same hood pins on the back.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
I want to say that one was hydrogen powered because it had some sort of port on the back.
All right. Is there anything else you want to see from Lexus? I mean, let's want to go see SUVs on HREs. Oh, there's a
RCF?
yeah. Let's go see the RCF.
Yeah, I was gonna say you like the RCF.
I like the RCF. We'll go check that out.
All right, guys. I hope you're enjoying this ride so far.
I was
We
really starting
apologize
to
that
lose
both of
my
us are
voice
losing
at
our
this
voices.
point.
It's been
No, it's okay.
it's been a lot of talking.
We're making it work, guys. I don't think if you've never been here, you don't realize how taxing just this whole experience is on the body.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm reliving these steps as we do them, and all I can think of is how much it hurt to be walking at that point.
Technology and of course performance and reliability. Good afternoon. Welcome to Lexus. My name is David. I am a product specialist.
Thanks, David.
And we do want to welcome you to our space here at SEMA. You are the reason that we're here, so we love that you're here checking out our view.
Okay, so basically we were peeking around there, but when we went over to the Toyotas, we got ourselves a look at some different cool looking old Land Cruisers. Most of the vehicles we walk around said this vehicle is locked and stickers on the window, so you couldn't open them up or anything.
Crazy. They got crazy in there.
There's
It's a
some
mosh
stripes.
pit.
Classic.
It's a pit.
Yeah, it really
This is badass, man.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I am so
Yeah,
sorry.
there we go.
Yes.
You're walking through people's pictures all day long and you won't even know it's happening. Gabe is probably sitting at his desk,
Yeah.
drooling. I know.
Dude. I've seen six-wheelers of a lot of things, but not a cruiser.
As if one light bar wasn't enough, they freaking double stacked them.
Yeah, I made it over there, yeah.
All right, if somebody would please report the porn bot, that would be awesome. Thank you.
What is that?
Oh, there's just a porn bot going off in the comments. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Just report them. That'd be great.
It's all right.
Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna head this way, Dan. We're gonna cut through the back.
All right.
Secretly, we're
That
gonna
was
squeeze
ridiculous.
the vehicle. Tundra.
Okay.
What is
The shakiness on the camera was
Except that they're
because the
playing
mic
that for, only
stick was
outdoorsy
kind of
needs
fighting
that
me a
you'll
little.
Probably who buy a lot of overland gear who never actually.
Lots of
in the
off-road.
comments-
Sometimes I love this.
Oh yeah, he just
Now
wanted
this
to
is how
sit
you
down at
sell
one point.
Accessory products.
This
All
is
right.
amazing. This is great. I mean,
Now that's how you
Very
sell a product.
thoughtfully done.
this is pretty much. Oh, I got a drink holder right here. But this is what I would consider to be the vibe, Stain.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically, as a Toyota owner myself, right? Load up the 4Runner, right?
Yeah.
Get a couple coolers in here, a couple Playmates, Colemans, get the grill, get everything loaded up. I'll even bring the flooring with me. I'll bring some AstroTurf, some lighting, go set it up somewhere up in the woods and enjoy everything, right? The nature, the TVs, the electricity, and everything that, is you need it, right? All those things. So
Like a fire pit.
What's that?
Like a fire pit.
Fire
Like a
pit.
fire. Oh yeah, and a fire pit. But I'll bring my own fire pit, of
Oh,
course.
okay.
Right. I like this a lot. This is probably
Most relaxing.
the
booth
most
so far?
You should sit down.
I should. I have so many things in my pockets, though.
In
I
your
don't
back
trust not
pockets?
to- Yes, I have a big
Oh.
battery bank in there.
It might feel good.
I have a big bank in my back pocket.
Oh, you do have a big
Yeah,
bank.
that's what I've been told.
Oh yeah.
I do want
Gosh.
to drink my Pepsi, though, so tell you what, I'm going to hand you this,
Okay.
and you can either face it out.
Great.
I'm lighting a fire here.
I don't think.
We're talking about dirty off-road Sequoia.
Even between then and now, I feel like I've lost a significant amount of
It's a
weight.
TRD off-road Sequoia.
That was only a week
It
ago.
looks like it has a huge...
Sit way down. So.
We made our
now
way
we're
past
getting
all
into
these trucks to get to the stuff we were really interested
All right.
in.
Now this is where I wanted to be.
GR Corolla.
Oh, now we're getting into the fun area.
There you go, Dane.
Yeah.
So.
We got some
This
GR Corolla.
This looks a lot better with the spoiler on the rear.
It's closest you're gonna get to one for a while.
Corolla Circuit Edition. Vehicle is locked. Man,
Gabe
with
says
a
check
forged,
the YouTube poll, which I would if I could see it. Unfortunately,
forged
where I'm at,
carbon
I
roof
cannot see anything.
with a
All I
spoiler.
can see is a live readout. I apologize,
So,
Gabe, but I cannot see that. And if
you're
I move
good.
it,
You're good.
it
You're
won't
good.
be recording.
So I
don't
will
wanna
say
do
that this thing is a lot wider than what you think it is in person. You see how much these fenders kick out. It's pretty crazy. And then the rear bumper ties in together really, really well. It's really good looking.
I will say it looked better in person than it did in pictures. Another case.
What
of
would
that
you say,
kind of
Dane, in
car.
terms of comparison to mid 2000s? What does this car have the most vibes? What does it vibe with the most? What does it remind you of?
I mean, obviously the GR Yaris is the obvious comparison, but something else
I'm,
would
I'm
say.
saying mid 2000s, like, because this is what this kind of car, brings me back to mid 2000s, right? You're basically getting an all-wheel drive turbo,
Yeah.
manual. What does it bring
But
you?
in a hatch, I mean,
So,
that's the part that's different.
I get
for me.
Mazda,
love that
I get
it's a
Mazda
hatch.
speed vibes.
Mazda
Yeah, but the Mazda Speed 3 was front-wheel drive only. It was not all-wheel drive.
Speed 3.
Okay, Mazda Speed 3
But
vibes.
that's mid 2000s, yeah.
Mid 2000s. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's not Evo vibes. Maybe later on WRX hatch vibes. Hatch
Yeah.
Yeah,
vibes.
yeah,
My
that would
voice
be
cracked.
the right vein. Although the thing with the power's close.
Yeah.
One less
Holy
cylinder,
t-
so
look
in
at
my
the-
opinion, it sounds better.
Look at the amount of tire shine on this. This is insane.
Wow.
Insane amount of tire shine.
If you check your phone, Gabe keeps saying to check a YouTube poll, and
yeah.
he screenshotted it because if I try and pull it up on here, it's going to pause the live stream, and I don't want to do that.
Orange one.
He told us to go back to Sequoia because there was one we could open up.
Sorry.
Look at that thing, man.
I'll give you a second.
Old jet ski.
I love that retro jet ski on there, that Wave Runner. Sick.
It looked
On your
badass.
Trican setup.
Dane,
with
here you
color
go.
Scheme. Very cool. All right. So
I
this
like the
one,
seats.
okay. This must have been what he was talking about.
That's pretty sweet.
Here we go.
Yeah, there you go. Seats. That's a ridiculous amount of space in the middle there.
I mean, it is a Sequoia, so you
I know,
expect
but
it to be
it's-
pretty big inside.
It's pretty good.
But no, that is roomy.
The floor mats were cool because they made it look like a dry lake bed with like tire tracks through it. It's kind of
nice.
a fun
You got
touch.
screens on the rear windows.
You should go over to the driver's side, Dame, because there's nobody over there.
The people were all over this thing because it was like the only
big
one that was
tablet in the
actually
center.
open to be able to get in and check out. And also because the Sequoia has not been updated in a million years, so it was nice to see something new there too. And it literally just has the Tundra nose crafted onto it like they've been doing, but you know.
Well, compared to the old Sequoias, I can't get worse gas mileage than
Look
the
at
old
the
ones.
fender flares. Look at the
Ooh.
pattern on those.
I mean, it looks like it's plastic, but it's like going after a
Yeah.
forged carbon look almost.
It almost looked like it was trying to be like a dark snow camo kind of look or something. Screen in there was
It's a
huge.
massive screen.
That is huge.
I like the floor mats. I like
I really
pretty
like
much
the paint on this. That's the part that's really getting me, is just the quality of the paint.
The orange looked really good in
Very
person.
And you know, it's a small
Excuse me.
thing, but the hinges on the doors let them go out a lot further than many you see these days.
Yeah.
So that's nice to see too.
This goes further than the Forerunner. for
Consumer
sure.
You
advice
got
with Dane and
screens on
Anthony.
these. Easy peasy.
Sweet. It's
You
pretty
know,
cool.
for the baby.
I could see one of these in either
I would
Gabe's
prefer
or
this over the
Nick's
Forerunner
future.
that you currently have.
I would agree with you, Dane. I
Yeah.
would say yes. I would say that would be much more family friendly. Is that the word I would say?
Also, I believe it's powered by a Turbo 6, so.
the four.
It was a hybrid.
Yeah.
All right. We got a rally concept
Rally
here.
concept.
That's fun.
That's awesome.
This time. But that should do the trick.
And then, of course, once you leave the
And,
hall,
you
you
get
end
a
up in the
sense of actual
hallways
SEMA
where there are
experience.
so many people who are just desperate for a place to sit down or lean so that they are no longer walking on the grounds, because it's exhausting when you do that and you look around and a lot of these people, I'll be honest, a lot of these people probably have not walked this much at any point in their lives outside of coming to the show. Like, it is the most work many of them will have done in terms of walking at any point. So you'll see a lot of folks just finding anywhere and everywhere to sit down. The other funny part about, spotting just anybody at SEMA is everybody has these freaking spider bags. You see these folks sitting over here in the corner on the right. See those red bags they're holding? I swear to God, pay attention to how many people have those spider SPYDER bags. It's crazy how many of them have those spider bags. I don't even recall exactly where Spider is handing them out, but every year it's the same thing, and it has been since I first started going to SEMA. Everybody always has these damn bags, but it's like their way of being able to haul around all the free shit they get. So it works. It's clearly effective. But yeah, no, like everybody gets those Spider sling bags.
So you see this hallway, it is madness.
Yeah, just count the number of red sling bags you see, though. It's crazy.
All right, Anthony's running ahead. But thank you to everybody who so far has tuned in. We're not ending, I think.
Do you know where the bathroom is? Bathrooms?
He's just trying to find a bathroom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this thing looks kind of crazy. It's got a spoon hardtop on it. Yeah, it looks fastbacky. And I cannot stress enough how much my feet are absolutely killing me right now. So that's real fun.
Just start an Anthony's bathroom tally.
Because I knew I'd have to rotate a bunch. Without that, I don't know where I'd be. It's crazy. 3 with the Skeletor face. So we're gonna where we were at, like a
still
little fast,
ugly.
Definitely change the break. And we'll go ahead. If you're hanging around out in front of more people, person and stuff, we're.
I mean, points for
this year.
Swing, but a miss.
TRC crew this year, we Anthony, John, distributors and side people as well. So it's been a real mix. Talked with that because Levi just walked up to him and was like, "Hey, Jonathan." And Jonathan's like, "Hey."
So it's also a strange feeling because when you're walking around SEMA, I make eye contact with a lot of people who they look at me, and I look at them, and I go, "Do I know you?" But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like that brief moment of like, "Do we know each other?"
Yeah, there's a
But
lot
then-
of that
but
because
then-
there's a lot of people who know us that we don't know.
Well, no, or there's other people that I know that I watch on YouTube.
And they're expecting you to
that, like,
respond if you don't have anything because you don't know.
Well, I don't know because I see people that I think I know that I've met before, but I can't quite pinpoint it. So more breathing room too.
Yeah, there's the Baja.
Stop taking breaks.
That thing is so crazy. You can check more out about it on Instagram, but just look at Baja 911. That thing is nuts.
So sixes.
Yeah, they're really happy.
Wanted to see Dane, right?
Huh.
But it is the timing wasn't correct. Wanted to see that just recently came out.
Something Honda related?
Yeah, what is it? Say it. Civic Type R, Dane.
Oh, that. See, the problem is I just don't care about the Civic Type R, so I didn't even register.
It's the rudest thing you've ever said to me, Dane. So,
Sorry, man.
come over here, though. At least I'll show you.
Don't get me
an
wrong.
Integra.
What they've managed to accomplish with front-wheel drive has been extremely impressive, but oof, that is one of those cars that you won't find me spending $50K over a sticker to buy one of those. I'll tell you what.
Maybe it's just because I felt like they obviously worked on it, but it kind of felt phoned in.
I didn't really mean that when I said it. I was just saying it to bother him. Honda very clearly did not phone it in when making this Type R, but at the same time, it's like, okay, maybe I'll like it more when I see it in person on the street or something, but it's going to be another one of those cars, like every car these days, where it comes out, you're excited, like a Corolla GR or something, and then the dealers all mark them up, and then you're just kind of left going, well, shit, I was interested, but not anymore, wah wah. And then they end up staying ridiculously expensive for years and years afterwards and never depreciate, which is great for owners, but not great for anybody who actually wanted to get in on the action at some point. Because, I mean, even current Type Rs for the previous gen are still going for, pretty healthy amounts.
What does that even mean? And what is this line for, man? Motor Trend? Red cap? What is this?
So
Oh,
this
and
is
here's
the only
that
place in
P1.
the world you're gonna find.
So
a
what do they do? So I
absolutely
want to know what they're doing.
Slammed 4Runner next to a P1.
Yeah, I know.
It's the beauty of SEMA right
So-
there.
To make eye contact with Anthony, think he's Chris Fix. I don't know where.
YouTube cars are in the sky, so we'll do that tomorrow.
So we'll do a tour of that hall tomorrow.
So we'll head
But-
back outside.
The very quiet Supra doing its little drifty drift.
This is sweet. So is this like a... Damn.
Having a little fun.
Yeah. Smells great too.
It does. Flying around.
I know.
Oh, here we
Ooh,
go.
That's sick.
A car that doesn't get as much love as it
NSXs.
deserves. The
They just don't get
NSX.
the love, you know?
Pikes Peak?
I have parties. out
No, they don't experience. You could probably get in and out. We had to go check
there for that. Check it out.
Pretty good.
Looking around,
The
see
South-
if
Well,
there's
no.
anything.
Over by the South
I was
Hall.
gonna say, otherwise I'll just save that for my South Hall day.
Hilarious. So Dane, you're probably gonna need to remove that.
Well.
Mecum auctions over here, Dane.
Oh my God, these what?
Dane, on this incline, how your legs feeling?
Like garbage, but I'm marching on.
Okay, keep getting these guys on it.
Oh yeah.
And these
Yeah,
are
that's
also
cool.
ones you've seen and just seen in
Yeah.
Shmee's video.
Where's this Toyo thing at?
Oh god, this is when we
We're
were
now at
looking for the
Optima.
tread
Hey,
You
pass.
think this
Oh my
Hummer's wide
god.
enough?
This is where we spent literally
Sheesh.
30 to 40 minutes trying to find the freaking tread
Oh, that
pass.
interior is a little different.
When hilariously, if I go back to the very beginning of the video, it's so funny to me now. Look what's right behind him. It's the entrance to the tread pass. Ah! But we weren't looking for it then. When we went looking for it later, good effing luck. Just gone. Oh my god, it was crazy not being able to locate that thing. Because when you're outside of the buildings and you're looking, forget it. It seems impossible to find. But yeah, this is where we go. This is where he's like on the phone with Nate, and Nate's screaming in the chat saying, "It's over there!" And none of us get it.
On the phone. This is Inception. So right now, guys, I am I'm talking to next to Nate on the phone, and I can't take a left here. I can't take a left here. This
Doesn't
isn't
look
a
like
thing.
a place you can go, man.
No,
Love
I can't.
this.
It's an alley.
It's just a bunch of cop cars and ambulances.
No, I
dude.
can't go. I can't go
You
that
can't
way.
go down there.
No, there's nobody going that
There's
way,
a
Nate.
patrol literally walking it so you don't.
Dane, turn around. Nate wants to see this.
It's just
That doesn't really
boxes
look
down there.
inviting.
There's a freaking K9 unit walking around here. It does not look like a place you can go.
Keep okay. All right.
Oh my God.
This is hilarious because it doesn't look like it's like that on the map, but it is.
And then
Okay,
they're
so
telling
see,
me it's-
guys, this is what I was talking about. This is just a street. There's no access to anything along there at all. So anybody who says you can just go walking down that thing, no, you cannot. There's nothing.
As we later found out, the access point to the tread pass is down this way, basically where I'm pointing the camera. That fuzzy, lightish yellow colored, beigeish bridge thing you see in the background, it's long, long ways away from here. But that is actually the footbridge that you cross to get to the tread pass. But standing here, you can see no people, you can see no cars, you can see no signage. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing there. I mean, there was just no way of finding it unless you already knew or unless you were already familiar. But looking at it with like no other information, there's no realistic way to expect somebody to know that that is where you cross, because when you look at it, it doesn't give any indication whatsoever. But there are all these signs outside saying tread past this way in between these buildings. Well, this is the between those buildings, and you're looking at it going, what? No. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain. Answer your question, 71. How did you take care of lunch during SEMA? So during SEMA, we basically would just kind of like tag in, tag out, say, hey, I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. And when you did that, they had different like food halls tucked in around the halls. So like as you saw when we were walking around, there are a few parts where it's just like a whole bunch of people sitting at tables and like random little food carts, like a hot dog cart and stuff like that. You had the option to be able to go to those. They had like basic stuff depending on where you went, but each hall had like different things. It was not consistent whatsoever. In addition to those, there were food stands that exist built into the hall. So like not just a food cart, but an actual kitchen built in alongside one of the walls in the hall. And you'd see there was like an Italian sandwich place, had other stuff like that. Just like little, think of it like a, like a oh god, why am I blanking on the name of it? Prices marked up on the what? Oh my god, so much. Oh, I was thinking bodega. That's what I was trying to think of. I was thinking, what's the New York thing with the little storefront? It's like a convenience store. Bodegas. They're like a bodega. All over. But yeah, they had those randomly in the buildings. And like a bottle of water, with a few exceptions I could find, in an actual food court that was in the newer West Hall, where I found water as cheap as $3 for like a regular, pint of water. Most of the water was $6 and up for a little bottle of water. Like a bottle of water, not this big, no, not by any means, like half this, maybe half this. It was like $6. So $3 was to start, but $6 was the norm. Most of the water you found in there was going to be somewhere around $5 or $6. And some I saw was even more. Some was like $8 for a water if it came in like an aluminum can or something. There was definitely cases of that too. And the food, I paid like $12 for a pretty basic salad. I paid $10 for a hot dog at one point, because it was just like, what are you going to do? You're a captive audience. Sure, you could leave, but I'm sure that your feet won't let you do that, because my God, aren't you tired? They knew what they had. So it was kind of like being trapped at the fair or the carnival in that way. I mean, granted, some of the food was better than others, but yeah. Any booth with a water dispenser would make a killing. So here's the thing, 71. I took my big bad water bottle with me, and the reason was I found out that the West Hall actually had water dispensers, like the kind you can put your bottle under and it fills it up and then stops. So that was awesome. You could do that. But if you didn't bring a water bottle or you didn't have a water bottle, good luck. Yeah, that part sucked. So there you go. Now you know.
Nothing there.
But here's the thing. There were days where I didn't get lunch at all, because you get so caught up in what you're doing and just talking to customers or walking around, any of that stuff, you lose track of time. And next thing you know, the day's almost over and you haven't even had lunch, let alone breakfast. There were many days where I didn't have breakfast. I just had like a protein bar, and that is what I subsisted on. So yeah, there are definitely times where it was not the best time in terms of getting food in, but I did make a point, like with my, fish oils and my daily vitamins and all that stuff that I had to take every day that I was using to try and make, my day's work that I'm trying to do in order to get more fit and all that stuff. I made like little dime bags and I filled them up with the pills I would need for my supplements each day. So I basically had my whole week planned out, where I just grab the bag and take it with me, slip it in my pocket. And then throughout the day, as I ate food and stuff, so it wouldn't burn up my stomach, I'd take them and I'd just, have them as I got drinks and food. But that was the one part that I had locked in, that I had actually prepared for and planned for. And I'm normally not a plan and preparation kind of guy. But in those cases, I actually stuck to it. And I've been sticking to it for the last month and a half now. And I'm really happy to say it's been working. So I mean, the results seem to be showing in that I am losing weight and I am feeling much better. I have no idea what my triglycerides are at or anything like that, but here's hoping I've improved a lot in the last month and a half. So yeah, bring MREs next time.
Holy cow, dualies on a beetle. That's a new one.
Oh god, that was so wacky.
Wow. Okay. Well,
So this is just us
when
being
you're
real
just
lost.
wandering, like you're.
This has been
happened today. That's
So this is over the course of about half an hour. You can see we eventually found, hey, there's Matt's Off-Road. The biggest hauler. That thing was crazy looking for an international harvester. Are any of you guys into Matt's Off-Road? I know back at the office, our main man Gabe, he watches Matt's Off-Road like religiously. He keeps up on all that stuff. It's how he first found out about like Robbie Layton and the Golden Nugget and all that.
And then Nate says we're gonna go out of the front of the tread pass to prove that he's not crazy.
Okay.
Because he says that this should kick us out right where we think it's gonna kick us out.
Okay, so this is where, after much struggle, we finally found the tread pass.
Oh, we just walked past a sick FD.
Okay, so this is bullshit.
He was so mad, and so was I.
Like you
How does anybody know this is back here?
I
What
guess
the hell?
you could have potentially walked.
We were so upset when we finally found it. We'll give you perspective. Remember where we were up by the gate before. This is that footbridge I was pointing to. But there's no way you don't see it when you're up there. You see a little cross path, but you don't see people on it. You don't see any indication that it actually goes to somewhere important. You figure it's just a spot where the crews running the forklifts and stuff can just move things around.
Okay, so that's where we were.
Look how far away that is. You think we were going to see that? Look, I mean, the camera is even selling it a little short. It's further than it even looks there. It was a long way away.
Clear down there. That's where the
Guys,
overpass is.
okay.
That's why I didn't believe you when you said
is
it's between the overpass and the thing, because
this
is
is
the
so
freeway.
far away
This is
from everything.
ridiculous.
This is so far away from everything. We would have never, ever thought that
Absolutely
it was going to be
nuts.
like this. Yeah, it's insane, dude.
We just did the biggest loop for no reason.
We could have also gone.
The shortcut looked easy enough. What are you looking for? We were looking for the tread pass, and
This
oh my god.
still feels like I'm in the backwoods of this,
Oh,
this
yeah.
exhibit. This doesn't feel right.
We were out in the boonies. Man. Okay.
Okay, Dane. Well, we walked all this way. Okay, literally, look at this. We're literally with the pallets and the forklift.
Yeah,
so
we're on
don't
the
tell me
other
that this
side.
is
Yeah.
this is
Anybody
not,
who says to us,
this
"Oh,
is-
it's obvious. Why don't you
no,
just go over
this
that?"
is not
No,
an
it's not
exhibit.
obvious.
This is literally in the back where they shouldn't store
I
anything.
love you guys, but everybody who acted like this is super easy can hush.
Yeah.
I was like
Anyway,
about to
let's go
say
ahead and
something so
see.
much worse. I'm like, no, I'll just say,
Cool cars. Okay.
Holy cow.
This is pretty cool. Oh my god, those wheels.
front bumper on that C5
They're
Corvette
sick.
was
Those are
very
crazy.
interesting.
So this is actually
That front clip on that Corvette C5 is wonky,
I know.
man. That's funky. That's cool though.
I mean, it's definitely kind of a cool, different look, but
Sweet Maverick.
Slam Maverick, yes.
Very
Super
retro
90s.
90s colors. Love that.
And of course, you'll find RWB Porsches, all that good stuff.
Nice. We got the RWBs in force out here.
Very clean E36. And the V12FD RX-7.
FD is insane. Wow.
Color's not for me, but the build might be. Huh. The little Audi RS3 looks sick. We got this freaking SLR. Another case of a car where it just, oh, it feels sacrilegious what they did to it, but then at the same time you're like, oh, it's just based on a different.
Holy crap.
That interior was wild though. Yeah, it was very cool. And those super tucked away little USB ports down there, very nice.
This is crazy.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
I'm just glad.
Yeah.
Oh.
You guys see that?
Yeah,
But
I
look
gotta
at
see
this
that.
though.
Yeah, those headers were nuts on that thing. I was excited about this.
Oh, this is sick. Wow.
Of course, it still came across a little unfinished, but in its own way, it was cool. A Ranchero. Now, I'm actually a big fan of this particular body style of Mercedes sedan, even though this is a two-door convertible. I would do different wheels, of course, but I always thought these are super classy looking. I just love the lines on these. But no, cool car. Now this is interesting to see because I hadn't seen
Todd,
an
I believe there are some other.
RWB style car of anything newer than a 993. I wasn't aware he had done some newer ones.
Community donation vehicles there. I think we. Huh. Yeah, that's not the.
That was a nice Ranchero.
I just love this thing. .991 here. It's got the GT2 style wing on the back. Porsche looks like a sandal you can drive. That's a good way of describing it. There's this very Mercedes SL.
And the money in the trunk.
There you go. Oh, of course it's got an LS1 in it. Out there. The best kind of Evo.
Oh yeah, this one I was actually excited to see. My favorite Evo, the wagon.
Or as I think some people like to say for fun, fair ladies. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Bless you.
And of course, Anthony
All right,
immediately
Anthony, you're an Evo man.
targets
You stick
the
with
window
yours,
visor.
or would you take a wagon version of yours over the sedan?
I will say that these window visors are so rare, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I bet that is. Because they don't make them for the back. Yeah, the wagon shape is different, so.
But the rear is the same though. So the rear seats extend headrests. I mean, almost the same. The front's pretty sweet looking.
Kirby Thompson, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. You'll be able to catch the rest of the stream later if you feel like tuning in later. And these, of course,
Not wild about the flaccid-looking exhaust pipe, but hey, whatever.
will stay up on YouTube for you guys to view anytime, so check them out as you please. We're not quitting just yet, though. We're going to see a few more cars here, and then we'll probably round it out after that.
This is where we walk up to show an example of where we are.
This way, so you'd have to just go see a couple more that way, and then I think we will probably round it out.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, that body kit, I can all but get without. But,
Now,
yeah.
and this has my backdrop here.
Yes, a Model S. All right.
All right, so we're gonna send this away now.
Yeah.
And this has my backdrop here.
Yes.
Just because, yeah, it's been a lot of walking. So
All
we're
right.
gonna go
Tell
stop
the folks
by.
at home what
yeah.
they can do.
So you can stay tuned for tomorrow, where we will go deeper into the South Hall.
The bowels of the South
Hall. And go see everything. This was a lot of walking, a lot.
So yeah, that pretty much rounds out that one. Now, I will say, I've been streaming for going past 4 hours now. Probably need to go get myself a little something to eat, do some other stuff. But, you know, that catches us up, at least for a little bit. And then maybe I can do one more stream tomorrow night, depending on how things go. Otherwise, I can break this off into later in the week. Or maybe I'll go do it at my day job. Maybe I'll just do, you know, our stream podcast style. We'll do our podcast and possibly Q&A Thursday. I mean, there's lots of options here that we could take, but this is just my way of kind of catching up a little bit on SEMA, rehashing a little bit of what went on. And, you know, next chance I get on here, I'd love to be able to take your guys' questions, answer stuff if you had anything in particular you wanted to know about the experience of going to SEMA. I've done it enough times, I feel like I can at least speak a little bit to the experience and like do's and don'ts and stuff, but you guys just let me know. Other than that, though, I think this is probably a good point to kind of wrap things up. So I hope you all are having a lovely evening, and I'm going to kick it over to the full screen here. Wabam. Oof. Okay. Well, that has certainly been a time, and refocus. We'll try that. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Anyway, I feel like that probably clears that up a little bit. There we go. A little less intense. Yeah, so if you guys are watching right now, thank you so much to all those of you who watched bits, pieces, the whole way through, whatever the case, thank you. Obviously, being that daylight savings time to hit, it feels later right now than it actually is, but that's just kind of the way it goes. Yeah, so if you want me to do more SEMA stuff, if you want me to follow up more, just let me know down in the comments, or you know, I've been thinking about what I can do to make this community kind of work in the off time, right? You know, something where you guys can chat when we aren't, you know, hanging out here. Maybe I make like a Discord or something. I don't know. I'd look for, you know, suggestions, that kind of thing. If you guys have a suggestion, I'm open to it, as long as it doesn't create too much more work for me, because I got enough going on as it is. But yeah, barring that, it's wintertime around here. Things are already starting to kick in. It's supposed to snow on Wednesday, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm getting the tires swapped around on the Jag, and then I have my big off-road tires on the van, so that should be fine anyway. But yeah, otherwise, that's what's going on over here, and I hope y'all have a wonderful evening, and that's really it. That's all I got to say. So thank you so much. I'm going to kick it over to the thanks for watching screen, and I'll catch you guys later. Man, I'm a little rusty at this. It's like I haven't done it for a while or something. Anyway, y'all have a great night. I'll see you probably tomorrow. We'll catch up then. Have a good night. See ya.
Telling each other we gon' run this shit. I've been making moves too quick. If you catch me in the city, better treat me like fish.